Welcome to our regular Friday to Saturday session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that are going to populate the queue, we're going to catch up on a level from January that I missed while I was on hiatus. This is a level by Tempest Funk, creator of probably the best escape room puzzles in Mario Maker that I've seen, but occasionally a maker of platforming concepts as well, so looking forward to what he means by standard and single player, I guess, as we look into Planet Danger, where Aster can put his arm back on, but you can't, so play safe. Okay, Master Sword is just going to dunk a helmet on top of me, and that's pretty much all that's going on here. And thank you for the follow. I got momentarily distracted by that and lost my helmet, but that's okay, that's entirely on me. And thank you for the submission of Little Quest Path of Warrior. So, Technoblazeron, you will be first up as soon as we are through the warm-up level. I did miss the pink coin initially, so we may see about how we're actually going to get any of those. I currently don't really see an effective way to do so. Except, of course, by maybe bumping a bomb up into the sky or something. I'm trying to figure out how that works. No, I think it's going to be jumping off the flying bombs. Zia22 Official, welcome and thank you for the submission. So yeah, not grabbing these coins successfully at all. I am, of course, jumping around P-blocks because that allows me to avoid the blast ranges on the bombs. Looks like jumping on the flying small bombs is all that's needed to get over to the pink coins, but we have not been doing that very successfully. Okay, so let's just... Whoa, dodge that. So yeah, thank you for Twomp Boy from Zia22 Official and Meng Der Yokotos. Thank you for coming in. Hope everything has been well with you. Okay, let's not get in range. Need to just hang around on the skull on the left side of that platform until such time as I'm able to get to safety. Oh, I don't know about that. I felt like I was out of range there. Oh, I see. I think I need to go faster down to the lower platform on the bottom right that had already been triggered, and which I wasn't paying any attention to at all. Before, of course, we get poked in the back once again. So yeah, not the cleanest run so far. Notice, however, that you only have 3 pink coins in total. We already saw 2 of them in the first section, and the third one is likely to be a safety coin, given the way that the coins straddle the checkpoint. Let's remember to go down immediately. And so we'll see. Probably no secret exit for us this time, given that I will want to get to the queue afterwards. So let's remember to go down. But I could also tell that pink coins in the first segment were accessible entirely by way of jumping on top of bombs in the right moment. Places that were in fact located using coins. Oh, here's the third coin, so never mind about the safety coin idea. Looks like we just have coins straddling those two and enforcing that in order to get the secret exit, you clear the whole thing without checkpoints, which is something I can agree with for a bonus path. Okay, this is surprisingly straightforward. That's just going to be the axe. It looks like you do need the Buzzy helmet all the way here in order to go up. So, okay, this is short enough. Maybe I will make another quick attempt just to get the coin path quickly. Yeah, fairly simple concept. Now, if I am not very successful at this, I'm not going to stay on it too long. I do know that we want to get to the queue pretty quickly, but we got this over with easily enough in the last segment that I do want to give it a quick try. And oh no, we missed a bomb already, so thank you for the GG. Hope you've gotten lots of exercise out of that emote already. Let's not miss the bomb. And that you've been enjoying it on all the other streams that have been bouncing around with Meng. We do need to keep the helmet. Yeah, if we can make it past the first section with all of this intact... Oh, I see. I do need to remember to jump earlier so I'm not hit by the blast zone. So let's just... nope. That's a miss. Actually kind of a tricky arc if you think about it, that you do need to watch your feet as well as the target bomb. I am going to make it, just barely. Oh, that seemed unconventional, that bomb over there, and that's going to be a loss. Let's try it once again. Again, not going to take too long with this idea, but it's accessible enough that I feel like it is doable within a reasonable amount of time. Okay. Nope. Once again, it is a requirement to keep the Shelmet all the way. And will not forget the bombs. Yeah, Pink Coin Path might not be as blind-friendly. You do kind of need to have a rough idea of what this level is about to do to you. But yeah, that's 2 coins with the Shelmet so far, so that's looking okay, so long as we remember when we need to jump to the next platform. Which will be very quickly here. Let's not get poked in the back. Let's not get poked in the front. And... oh, that's a miss. Funny, because I did manage to get that during my first run. It's okay, once again, not going to take forever on this, but it is pretty tractable, so I feel like it is worthwhile to give it a proper try. Yeah, kind of odd behavior previously, of course, with the timing that landed a bomb on top of the platform with me. Bit of an edge case that was maybe not caught, but if to catch all of that, given that some of these platform activation timings are going to depend on the player, given that it's not a scrolling camera by any means. Wow, terrible jump. Especially when you don't need to hedge that hard with Shelmet on. No. Pretty close to doing it, though. As long as I don't choke on the segment after checkpoint 2 either, even though I one-shot it cleanly the first time I saw it. Okay. Down we go. And let's just try to stay relatively focused here so I don't have any pathing issues when it comes to things that should be relatively clear. No. I did not mean to press down on a D-pad there. That's a mistake. I was trying to jump up, and a little bit of repositioning error there sent me straight down the pipe, which was quite unfortunate. Very much unintended. We'll give this a few more tries. It is, I think, a pretty accessible challenge. Not significantly harder than just the main clear itself. You just need to play a little bit more cleanly. And... oh, no. That's not playing very cleanly. And up we go. Nope, not quite. Veranova, welcome. Okay. Here we are. And up we go. Fury Nova is going to send me another shell level, okay. We'll see how doable that is for me. I mean, I did actually pass the first shell level you sent me. Let's pay attention. To my great surprise, but we'll see if that's something I can replicate this time around. Alright. Up we go. And up, and up, and up. And miss. This is really not difficult, it's just that I guess part of the point of doing a warm-up level at the start is to get a lot of this choking out of the way early. Just to get your mind into playing this game again. But yeah, a lot of unfortunate mishaps so far for something that I know is absolutely within my reach. The worst of it being that accidental pipe entry at the end of this segment that we saw. When I did, in fact, have a good shot at grabbing all of the coins. Nope. A little bit forward. Okay, let's head on up. Almost there? Nope. The markings for the bomb range are pretty accurate. Oh, no, that is the correct bomb. Okay, just losing track here. But yeah, beginning to confuse myself a little bit with further repetitions. Kind of a bad sign to have that with the first level of the day. So just a few more tries and we'll maybe surrender to this for the time being. Nope. I think it's absolutely doable soon, though. Assuming that we don't make any truly spectacular mistakes. Which will happen, it's just a matter of avoiding them all in one go. Okay, much better. Much, much better that time. Let's just stay relatively focused. I say that, of course, just as the helmet gets peeled off once again. At least it is very clear about the requirement when you get to the end of the level that you not only need to grab all the coins, but clear from the start and keep the Shelmet, which you only get one chance at the beginning. There is no additional Shelmet spawn later in the level, as far as I'm aware. So it is purely a hard mode consistency challenge that is built straight into what is otherwise a fairly straightforward platforming experience. Okay, 2 coins. Let's not get clipped by anything easily avoidable here. Okay, go straight down. Straight over. Okay, looking good so far. Let's not accidentally go out the pipe or get clipped by this skewer over here. And now let's not die to anything here, although I was able to one-shot it before, so... Nope, got peeled. Alright, this will be the last attempt for now, then. I mean, the key door is probably just matched to a star over there, so it's not really anything spectacular in terms of a bonus room that we haven't seen already, I don't think, so... Let's just call it. So, kind of an unfortunate defeat, but I'm eager to get right into the queue, beginning with Techno Blaze Ron. If I'm kind kind of parsing the tokens in your name correctly. Technoblaze Ron rather than Technoblazer On. Not really sure, but yeah, I do see you in the chat, so if you would like to check in quickly, I'll punch in your code. We'll take a look at the first submission, which is L19, V1K, and 7G. It would be helpful if you speak in chat quickly, just to confirm. Nova says, the shell level got approved by the mods. They did say it was a bit over-decorated, but not confusing. I see. Well, congratulations, Nova, on getting that through. And hey, Glitch, welcome. Yeah, Technoblazeron, please do check in. I actually think they might have ditched. So I will, in fact, tap to the next one quickly. I'll give him a second chance since this was the first submission here. Oh, Glitch is going to redeem skipped queue. That's fine, Glitch. We'll cash that in right away, in fact, since the thing that was supposed to be the first submission was an absentee. So, Glitch, we will put you right in the front, and I do know that sometimes I do run quite late for you, so it's nice that we will actually get your level in for once. So let me just punch that in. And also check what's going on with your code. Let me just make sure everything is going to display properly. Yep. Red alert run. This could be interesting. DG5, 2DJ, NYG. And yeah, so since this is a skipped queue, we technically haven't done the first and next yet, so after this I'll go next, and then we'll get into subs. Red Alert, a Star Trek level. Race around, dodge hazards, and collect items to save your ship. Of the Starfleet Com badge. In the title image, haven't seen much of Star Trek lately. I haven't caught up with most recent series, either the Discovery or Picard series, so it's been a long time since I've seen Starfleet design around, and we'll see more of it now. You're telling me not to bother with Discovery? Well, you know, we'll eventually get to some of that stuff. I used to be very serious about Star Trek. I'm probably the least Trekkie person in my family, not because I'm not very Trekkie, but because the other people in my household are particularly serious. Anyway, let's actually get into the starship once again. I do see that this is one of the decks of the Enterprise, that you're kind of somewhere in the saucer. And let's actually jump over this. And check out this P-switch over here. I don't know if it's just decorative, like it's on bed or something, with some bunks here. Obviously, as SMB1 Mario, can't really do anything other than step on it. Totally looks like I am in the Enterprise. This looks a bit more precise than what I can handle at the moment, so let's go down to the lower deck and explore some more. A bit of an exploration concept. I find it odd that you'd say that not a lot of people would appreciate it, I guess. I do have to go here. Maybe not. I would have assumed that a lot of the Super Mario audience, at least for classic Super Mario, would have been at exactly the right time and place to experience a lot of Star Trek in its prime. Oh, I see. P-switch drops the blaster. Yep, that's right. I just respawned the blaster last time because I was out of range for it, I think. Maybe. P-switch drops the blaster, we go around and get back in there. Cloud block is going to be fine. Nope. Let's find the timing. And yeah, Glitch, I do know what you mean. I just find it surprising that there would be as little crossover between Mario and Star Trek as you would say. Maybe it's just a generational thing with Star Trek having disappeared from the landscape for some time. Especially in that absence after Enterprise. Okay, I'm going to hit this. Hit the on-off switch. Let's be careful with the timing here, just barely. And here we go. Okay, so we're almost at the top of the saucer here. It is going to be a bit of a coin collection exploration level. Given a tables there, I don't know if that was just a mess hall or something, but this definitely looks like the bridge. Oh, time's up! I didn't realize the clock was that tight, actually. I guess it is kind of a rescue to ship survival level. I wasn't even paying attention to the 60-second limit here, but I guess it's a level where you learn it as you go, and that you learn how to do the early segments faster as you experience the level a bit more and, you know, kind of optimize the early rescue path. So let's see how tight it is. I was definitely taking a little bit too long there with everything. Okay. We'll need to go first cycle here. And all the way up here, looks like we'll probably eventually grab a star to go down some of that, but about halfway down the clock now as we get over here to the first of 5 coins. Okay, Captain on the bridge. Don't know what this on-off switch is doing, but we'll tap it just in case. Okay. 8 seconds. Wow, I don't have anywhere near the optimal route to do this. I'm not even close. I don't know why I would have wanted to hit the on-off switch. And kind of in a panic as the ship might explode, yeah. So I guess it is one where you die to the timer and then relearn the level. But this looks like the only accessible on-off switch here. Oh, whoa, didn't expect to. Get slapped by the bullet blaster there, down in engineering. I guess it's not actually down in engineering because you're still in the saucer rather than hanging around by the warp core. But let's not miss too much here. I felt like I was not nearly on pace, though. Okay. Yeah, timer might actually be fairly tight here. So we can't afford to miss jumps like that. Anyway, coin 1. Coin 2. Let's just skip the on-off switch and see what happens. Oh, I do need it. Okay, for that exit that we see there. Okay, so this path is also not going to be great. Forgot about this little wall here as something that would have a coin requirement attached to it. 5 seconds. Not even close. Nintenium Z, welcome. Thank you for setting me agility at 30 seconds. You made a timer as tight as it could be for your skill level, but it's done a lot faster than you, I see. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I find that because it is a level that requires a little bit of exploration to learn in the first place, that maybe making it kind of tighten up for yourself might be a little bit tight for my purposes, but if people are beating your record by quite a bit, then I guess there is a little bit of flexibility to play with here. And that a lot of it is just hitting a lot of these initial jumps. 30-second mark as I get into coin 1. Let's go here and let's hit the switch this time. Oh, that's going to be wrong. So yeah, we'll have to down here and not miss. Now, I don't know where to go from here yet. On-off switch, 5 seconds. You see, that's the thing, is that the later you get into the level, if you are out of time, you don't actually have time to see what's going on unless you skip the initial coins to map out the route, which is what I think my strategy actually will be. Safety Man, hello, welcome. Yeah, so I think my strategy is that instead of going for the 5 coin collection right away, I am going to map out the later part of the level first. Because otherwise I will not actually get a chance to see it. As you can see here, it is possible to get a timing that allows you to go first cycle through the burner, and that would save me a few seconds, I think. And so, I'm going to attempt to do that. It does require me to go quite accurately over here. And to the left. Let the blaster drop. Okay, not quite optimal here, but as I said, the optimization is not really the big concern right now, because what I want to do instead is just push my way through to see where coin 5 is even located, because I just don't know what the pathway is after collecting coin 4 over here. So let's follow the Jefferies tubes. Oh, flag is over there. Okay, so the flag is going to be something that you jump into from underneath. Oh, this is coin 5, okay. So the idea is that you swing on the claw, but stay on the claw in order to grab coin 5, and then you swing back, and then the bottom right segment is going to get you through the mushroom platform semi-solid to get you over to the flag once the clear condition has been met. So I do know my intended path now. Being able to do it, of course, is going to be a different question. So let's see if we can get this to come out cleanly. And yeah, we'll just try to ease up on the jumps by going forward instead of wrapping back around. Okay. And did I remember to hit the switch? Yes, I did. Oh, got a problem here because I missed that platform. 11 seconds. Can we do it? Still potentially possible, I guess. Nope, forgot the on-off switch. Okay, so missing the middle area here is a bad idea. But if I run directly down from one deck to the next, that's probably going to be a time saver in terms of saving me some jumps. Mumuga, welcome. And thank you to all of you for the latest submissions that I have not acknowledged just yet, while I try to do this timed rescue of the Enterprise. Okay, it's looking doable now as long as I keep in mind what some of my intended paths are going to be. Let's just go here right away just to save jumping difficulties. Let's wrap around to the mess hall. Grab this. Looks like I do want to come... Oh, no, wrong way. You have to have a very good visual memory here for where the pathways are and where things are located, and that one mistake I think is going to be enough to kill me here when it comes to the timer. Have I seen the snowball level of Mumuga? I'm not sure. I may have. You're saying the grates are the turbo lifts. Yeah, I can see that. And the gray hallways are the hallways between rooms. Yeah. And yellow pipes are quite obviously just the Jefferies tubes, I suppose. Not that we have engineering permissions to be running through that. Whoops. And yeah, I can kind of see how the saw blades in the middle deck now are just kind of there to prevent you from going through while maintaining the visual concept of the Enterprise without depending on too many walls. And yeah, Mamuga, I think most people who spend a lot of time in a maker mode understand that feeling precisely, in terms of feeling like the ideas are not working out. Let's stick to the plan. Let's get down to the P-switch in the bottom left so we can get the on-off. I should maybe not fall on it. Goomba should just jump right over as soon as I get through the door here. There we go. Ooh, that's going to be a bit of a setback. Even minor setbacks here can be quite impactful, just given the fire timing. Whoops, trying to go too soon. Okay. And yeah, some concepts sometimes can just feel like absolute junk until you finally have some kind of spark of insight that allows you to salvage what you were going for. I think it's true of most makers who are trying to do anything technically original that they have tons of undeveloped concepts sitting around in the draft box. Some people are just better at finishing that than others. Some people, in fact, work incredibly fast, and I know that because of the pace at which I receive things from the regulars on this stream. So let's go for this. Read the one-way panels properly for a change. Hit this. Grab this coin, and then we will fall into the next segment. And then fall once again. Grab that. Grab this. And then we will go bottom right. 5 seconds, so missing the claw there is a bad idea. It's barely too slow to get the flag. We did not get true ending, nor do I know how to do it. I'm not seeing how the top of the flag would actually happen. It might just be there decoratively, without actually being accessible. Looking at it, I don't see a pathway there unless there's some kind of demolition of the blocks, so we'll assume it's just there to complete the maze. Okay. Let's keep track of where I'm going here. Bit of an unnecessary jump when I'm facing in the correct direction off that one-way panel, pointing to the left. And okay, here we go. Now we have to maintain claw momentum. 4 seconds left. Slightly ahead of last time, but maybe not by enough. Well, yes, we will. We will clear right on the remaining second. And it seems I do not have access to the second floor of engineering. Well, good to confirm that. Stand down, red alert. 53 seconds as the current record on this. I am not nearly approaching that. So thank you for that, glitch. As I said before, because that was a skip the queue, which I should actually file as a redeemed request. We will go next and just do a quick check of whether people are present. I believe that the person who was first initially did skip out, so Technoblazeron, second and final call. And yeah, Technoblazeron, I think I still see you in chat. But this is second and final call, please check in. Otherwise, we will bump you out. And yeah, Safety of Man, I am very happy with our new GG emote. Designed by Lecter Sandvik, whose levels we have featured on this stream many times before. Okay, Technoblazeron, this is the second absence, so we'll do a quick remove. And yeah, glitch, it is Scrabble tiles and question blocks. at the same time. I was trying to go for some kind of Mario and Scrabble crossover concept, so we could kind of straddle both communities, as I sometimes do on this stream, and so I was very happy with the result. And let's go next. And yeah, Glitch, glad you could get a submission in at a time that was reasonable for you to watch. Z22, if you would like to check in. Z22, please do speak up. I do see you in the chat, so this will be first a call out of 2. Because sometimes Twitch's online indicator is just extremely laggy. Mr. Electrodude, it's going well, considering that we wiped on your level for 2 hours yesterday. Alright, let's just hold... no, Z22 is in fact here. Thank you for checking in. I do try to be fairly lenient, because I do know that sometimes people have trouble reaching for chat on their mobile or something, or have all kinds of things going on that may make it difficult to speak up, but glad to see you in here, and let's take a look at Thwomp Boy. 7 seconds, 12%. Very suspicious. Look at all those Thwomps up above. Let's see what kind of time limit we're dealing with, perhaps. Okay. Time limit is actually going to be generous, so we just need to come here, and you can actually play this quickly. You don't need to be particularly cautious. Okay, so I can see where the 6-second record is coming from, because the Thwomps have enough height that you can, in fact, just dash through immediately. Let's give that another try, just to see how close I can get. I don't have any particular ambition of actually hitting that record, but yeah, it looks like I might be within a reasonable distance, though I jumped a bit high going into that flag. So yeah, a bit of a quick, simple one-off concept, and we did in fact snag the world record, so thank you Z22 for offering us that. Let's mark that as a win. Let's get into sub next. I wonder what the clear check time was on it. Let me just take a quick look at this very quickly. 26 seconds. So yeah, I guess if you were doing the clear check, you did it the cautious way, but I'm glad that the speed route was in fact available. So, thank you once again. Viranova, certainly you must still be here, but do check in just to be absolutely sure, and you are wishing me good luck in what you said was a newly approved shell level. And yeah, Z22, you are quite welcome to submit more, but do try to use the word add. Punch in that code. When shell freezes over. SMB1 Shell Kaizo with no power-ups. 0 checkpoints, but also apparently doable in 16 seconds, so we'll see just how punishing this is. It's got a 3.8% on it, which tells me that probably the only people who have played this so far are people who know how to work with shells. And Z22, thank you for normal level. We'll hopefully wrap around back to you soon enough. Okay, let's see what this is all about. Let's remember ice physics and the fact that I do need a little bit of extra acceleration going into the first shell. This is SMB1, so there will be no shell pickups. I will really just be bouncing and following some markers for consecutive jumps, as you can see. It looked like that was telling me to do 2 consecutive jumps, but I'm not sure about that sideways marker. Oh, I see. I have to bump it to the right, and then I do a second bounce on the lower shell. Okay, I get it now. And then second bounce to move the large Buzzy shell after that. Yeah, a bit visually dense at first, but I think I do understand the general concept. You do just need to have shell bumps that come from the correct direction from time to time. 2 horizontal blocks, that's just a single jump, but it's a single jump with a 2 wide zone. I sometimes misread a lot of that as being 2 jumps. But as my regulars know, reading markers is not my strength. That's easily fixed. Going over to the Goomba over there, and then we are expecting another shell bump with my head. That's going to knock something into that piranha. We'll see that soon enough. I actually didn't really know that Team Shell also involved or included SMB1 levels that didn't actually have any shell handling. I always kind of got the concept, or the impression, that Team Shell was mostly item abuse, except for some of the easiest entries. So, kind of interesting to see this expand my view of Team Shell accommodating all kinds of shell concepts, apparently. So, here we go. Okay. Oh, interesting slide there. That was kind of unexpected. Then you would have a bit of an ice slide over the Buzzies that are, of course, bound to that location by the Munchers underneath. So yeah, that was... I mean, if I had taken the time to read that properly, I would have understood that immediately, but... yeah, we do in fact need to jump on the trampoline there. That caught me a little by surprise. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of it is just, whoops, figuring out what the relevant information is going to be, given that it is a very decorative level with all those hard blocks, bricks, and coin blocks, kind of giving you a little bit of an aesthetic boost around the icicles, making the level a bit more colorful, but also leaving me with a lot of coins that are blinking at me, and occasionally maybe urging me to remember that I do need to keep my eye on the actual interactable elements. Okay. I thought that was going to be second bounce there, but I wonder if that was wrong, given that was that shell kick. So. I mean, I think the decoration would be very attractive the way it is if it weren't a level that required that much marker reading, but obviously a lot of the concept does require marker reading, so... I am reading that as 2 jumps on the side of the Buzzy, and I guess that's not quite working out the way I wanted to, but we'll see. But yeah, I find that, I mean, obviously there was a lot of work put into the decoration of this, but I definitely find that one of the reasons that you often see a lot of that attention put to traditional levels instead, and having more technical levels that look like they're a bit more cold and functional. This is going to look cold anyway because it's an ice level, but one of the reasons that you often see that difference is because of the fact that you would need to separate the platforming elements that you're reading from the elements that are not actually going to be interactable. It's not an issue with levels where you're just reading objects rather than markers. But if you are reading markers to take care of things like the shells dropping in from unseen locations that are marked by the sideways tracks, then there is a bit of an initial hump to get over when it comes to understanding where things are going to be. I feel like I am learning it, though. I maybe don't quite understand the Buzzy Shell that I was having trouble with later in the level, but after 1 or 2 attempts, it's clear to me what's going on with each segment most of the time. Okay, up we go. Nope, missing that. Kimmy767, welcome. Thank you for Cravencoot Castle. It is a reclaim at the end. Okay. Try to keep that in mind. Yes, input-wise, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to go just yet. Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe I see. I don't quite know yet. But I'll have to go back to that shell first just to sort of understand the pattern there. And here we are. Yeah, I find that, you know, if it is, as I was saying, a level that requires markers in order for the concept to work, that's sometimes, unfortunately, that can conflict with a lot of the effort that's put towards making the level look like really nice, like it's a really beautiful traditional level, for instance. Where, unfortunately, it often seems like designers do have to choose between one or the other. And, oh, nope, once again. It may also just be because there are so many objects that are animated. Not only the coin blocks that are part of the decoration up top, but also the way that the one-tile spikes tend to glow at me. That, you know, because you have a lot of coin trails that are required for setting the path for the player, that having other blinking elements on the stage that are not actually interactable can make those a little harder to filter out. But, yeah. To be clear, I am enjoying this so far. I think it's very playable, not hard to learn. Apart from the one segment I don't understand yet. But, you know, we do like getting into some of the advanced critique here. Because all of you, or most of you, I'm sure, are always continuing to try to make the levels the best they can be, so. But yeah, the platforming itself is pretty solid so far. Okay. So it's a reclaim, which means that I will need to lean into it, won't I? After I bounce. I think the implication here is that I do need to lean into it. But I'm not quite sure, because, again, shell levels in SMB1... no, I guess it's not going to be it. I don't know if I understand how the reclaim physics are supposed to work with that big Buzzy Shell. Whether I just need maybe double short bounce on it or something. Like, I'm not exactly sure what the input sequence would have to be. But that's just, you know, from comparative lack of experience with some of the advanced shell physics, I suppose, in terms of what the priority is going to be on that. So I'm a little stumped with that, I think. Even after hearing you explain that it is a reclaim. Don't exactly know, because I normally associate reclaims with the soft drop interaction, right, like along the wall. And... oh, I guess if I maybe kick that towards the left wall then, and get a bounce back. But I'm not sure, because it seems like, as somebody who's getting the second bounce on a shell that's already disabled, I would be cutting right through it regardless. Am I way down to the second jump. So, like, if I understand it correctly, this isn't going to help. No, I would just cut right through. So, I'm not really even clear if I need this shell. I guess I do, because of the way the fast conveyor is going to pull me back in such a way that makes it impossible to just jump directly to the flag. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I've got everything else figured out up to that point. I just don't know if I have the information to figure out what the interaction is. There could be something I'm misreading about that, though. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I guess I did. I just have to lean into it in that fashion. Like, it was a very precise kind of hit to make that happen. I wasn't really even consciously making that correction, I think, but thank you for that, Furinova. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I could do that consistently twice at the end there, because I don't know what it was I was adjusting about my landing to make that third bounce happen. But, you know, shells are just sometimes mysterious things, and we just have to deal with it. So thank you for all the GGs in chat. Glad you're enjoying the new emote once again. Let's mark that as a win and move on to Subnext, or... Oh no, that was Subnext, I think. Let's just check this quickly. Yeah, so let's move on to next. It's going to be Nintenium Z. If you would like to check in very quickly, Nintenium. I'm pretty sure you are still here, but always good to verify, so thank you for checking in. Let's take a look at Agility 30 seconds. Don't let the sweat slow you down. Hopefully you don't mean the sweat that accumulates on your controller when you start to stress out a little bit over how a level is going. 30 seconds, and it looks like the record is within 1 second, so might be tightish but reliable. Let's see. Okay, that's going to drop a spring on you right away. Yeah, just have to follow the diagonals and... Okay. A little bit off throw markers there, because the thwomps actually have to be caught by the start of the throw, rather than where the springs have to land, which is kind of unconventional that you're going to be doing that close throw to get through a thwomp that's dropping imminently, but you could tell from the first of these throws that it's well timed to do that. And, oh, nope, back throw. Totally missed that for the on-off switch at the end. Looks like I was able to go through the pipe anyway, but who knows what the requirement on that on-off switch is going to turn out to be. Okay. Pretty readable, though, as we can see from attempts that have been going decently. Let's maybe not let up on a jump like that. You need to maintain momentum. Who knows if it is in fact something required, but we'll do it anyway. And okay, up we go. Nope. Yeah, this is why, given the option for things like shell jumps, I don't do the back throws either. Because maintaining the jump button while also doing that directional change is something that I don't really have a good muscle memory for yet, but I guess it's going to take some practice. So, let's get back in. And yeah. The spring interaction there is actually really quite satisfying. 14 seconds getting into the second segment. The slide was correct. The jump was not. Obviously, as a speed level, it's not going to be a concept that's going to ruin itself with something like a checkpoint between segments. Speed requirement is going to be pretty necessary here, so let's slide and let's get that jump. And then I do need to jump over a little more accurately. I was coming in there a little bit late because I was not compensating for the desert wind, I believe. Okay. Up we go. Still don't quite know what the switch there is doing. I don't see its effect just yet. Okay. And I have to get out of here right away. Wait a minute here. I was trying to get out of there right away, but because I saw from the other side of the door that the burner was going to activate. What I don't quite understand there, then, is what I can do to jump any sooner out of that trap, because I felt like I was spamming jump pretty much as soon as I was coming out of the door. Not spamming, but, you know, trying to press quickly. So yeah, I saw the burner coming as a threat, and I just didn't know how to deal with it. So let me read that segment again and see if maybe there's something we're missing about it. Global timing on the burner, perhaps. Or is it? Because you reload in here... No. If you reload in here, the timing is going to go pretty much immediately, so... I don't actually know, unless there's something I'm missing that allows me to take point of damage. And we'll have to see, because I haven't gotten a good look at it. Whoops. And Momuga, you've seen this level sent before, and you love seeing that. You love seeing the burner trick at the end there, or what? Because the little spring thwomp interaction here is actually kind of fun. Every time we run into that. So yeah, we'll see what kind of trickery that burner is doing. And the thing is, you can totally see it coming too as the player heading towards the key door. And yeah, definitely Momuga, when you camp around a lot of different viewer level streams, you can kind of get a sense of a pub crawl atmosphere sometimes, where you run into the same people over and over as they just flock to whoever's active and submit their latest creations. But here we go. Alright, what's going on? Okay. Missed a slide. Yeah, I would have thought that the burner timing is synchronized with when you entered a door, not on a totally global timer. I think I'm still correct about that, and I just need to be much snappier about the jump when I come out of the door at the end of that little exit animation. Let's make sure I'm still taking advantage of desert wind here. So yeah, I think I was probably just slow on a jump when it comes to dodging the burner. Nope, a little bit early on the second throw. Yeah, the door resets the global time of the burner. I thought so, because that's how most of the respawning logic, pretty much all of the respawning logic, works in this game. So it's entirely just a matter of doing the jump quickly enough relative to the door exit animation. Terminator, thank you for Yoshi's P-Balloon something. Sorry, I read that very quickly. Whoops. Yoshi's P-Balloon Spectacle, okay. Oh, I see. This is the new Yoshi concept that you were hinting at putting together. So, looking forward to that. Terminator. Okay, up we go. Still not actually sure what the on-off switch is doing for me there. Maybe it's just a check at the very end. Still having some momentum issues. With the way I'm getting off the last claw, or perhaps even with the way I'm entering that last claw, I didn't have that problem previously, so I'm wondering what kind of adjustment I would have made by accident. But we'll get back there soon enough, and we'll see. Okay. Hitting that. Okay. No, that was just a slow jump. I knew I was too late that time. But yeah, you really do have to be carried forward by the desert wind, and so your timing relative to the global desert wind timing in the SMB3 desert style has to be something that's fairly precise. If you stall a bit long on one of the earlier jumps, perhaps you don't get carried by the desert wind enough. Not that there's that much room for variation for the player, but definitely with some of the jumps, I think you can lose just enough time that the wind timing is potentially an issue. But I'll go back there and we'll see. Okay. Once again. Miss. I missed, but let's practice this anyway, and oh, I see. That's why. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't have seen the on-off switch interaction every time I went through there. Simply because I'd be dashing right through that block. Just have immediate feedback on that, I guess. And yeah, definitely a glitch. I do agree that the Womp interaction is particularly satisfying. Okay, let's jump out quickly. Slide. Oh, I released the slide too early. I was already thinking ahead to going forward onto claw, and I do need to stay in a slide position until all of the icicles have been destroyed, so that was a little bit premature. Looks like we're quite close to the end, though, so let's fix up that jump. Okay. Yeah, definitely some very satisfying ideas that are also pretty coherent to each other in terms of how the object handling is going to go, and just the rhythm of this section as you alternate between claws and slides. Alright, up we go. Okay. And forward. Pretty consistently getting there with 14 seconds on the clock. Not that we have any flexibility. Let's jump very, very quickly. Okay. Sliding all the way down. Whoops. I actually let go of the POW a little too early and re-grabbed it to my great surprise. That's what happened there. I just got into that section so quickly that I instinctively let go of the POW before I was quite ready to make direct contact with the munchers to take out the double stack. So, I'll have to get back and fix that. Okay, in we go. Nope. I pushed a little too far forward by the Desert Wind such that I did not get into the slide animation simply because I was too far to the right before I even hit the ground, so didn't actually manage to get to that slope accurately that time. That little toot on the spring bounce, said Safety Event, is the most appropriate use you've seen. Oh, with the pig oink. I don't know, I've seen some pretty interesting uses of that. Usually involving tucking yourself into all kinds of optional corners. Pretty satisfying effect in this level, though. It's a very nice touch when it comes to the audio work here. Something that a lot of makers wouldn't necessarily think of doing quite as tastefully. Okay. Once again, I do need to continue holding jump into the release there, which is something that I don't have good habits for, in spite of the fact that some Kaizo-type levels have been drilling that into me lately. That's holding jump while you release an object is something that you do need to do in certain circumstances, like that one and this one. It was always something that felt a little unfamiliar to me because it is something that you can go your whole life playing Nintendo Standard Mario without ever doing. And yeah, Safety of Man, I did know about the white block Easter egg in SMB 3 where you kind of bump your head up slightly. There was, in fact, a very obscure puzzle concept that I saw back in Maker 1, I think, that actually made use of the Easter egg. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, when you try to do the warp whistle trick over white semi-solids in SMB3, you don't drop into the background, obviously, because that would be far too interesting. But what does happen, whoops, is that you kind of do a tiny little short hop. And the tiny little short hop that you do is exactly the kind of height that most other player interactions can't actually pull off. It's a very unique interaction, in fact, which is why I've seen it specifically as a puzzle concept. That's just a really obscure mechanical solution. And yeah, I think a lot of people, even those very experienced with Mario Maker Safety of Man, do not know that. It's one of the more obscure things about the game, especially because so many tiny little fun Easter eggs like that were taken out of Maker 2, coming from Maker 1. That Maker 1, I think, had a bit more open attitude to little bits of weirdness from time to time that were totally undocumented. But yeah, it's a very good one to know for puzzles, as I was saying. Perhaps even for trolls, although surprisingly, I don't think I've actually seen it in a troll concept. Yeah, I still find it really interesting that there's that one particular collectible, secret collectible in Celeste that requires you to know, or at least understand, the SMB3 warp whistle trick. That's one of the few solutions I've seen in a game that is purely just a reference to your literacy in a totally different game. Once again, not quite aligning myself well with the wind there. It is at 0 seconds, as you can see, so I don't actually have any flexibility on the clock. So it's not like I can swing back and forth on the claw. I do just need to get a much better swing timing there. It seemed like a Desert Wind was not exactly in the position I wanted it to be in, so maybe my own timings were a little bit slow earlier across this whole segment. We'll find that out soon enough, though, as we get back in here and hop back in. 8 seconds coming out of this segment. Nope, missing the jump. Not a great way to go. And here we are. Yeah, safety of man. I'm trying to think about other hidden interactions in Mario Maker. I don't think there's anything else that's quite that obscure. Like the SMB3 Easter egg. Like, I can't think of something equivalent. But maybe there's something that has just escaped my memory for the moment. Okay, up we go. Rammers, good to see you here. And thank you for the submission, which we'll get to relatively soon, I hope. We'll see your 70 seconds link in a box soon enough, after we're through this 30-second test of agility, which is giving me a bit of grief right on the last throw. What looks like the last throw, anyway. Some of my bounces are going a bit high. I can tell where I'm losing a bit of time in this level. But again, about a 1 second margin for the current world record, so I think a single jump height here or there isn't going to make too much of a difference as long as I don't go too high. Yeah, safety of man, that's a good point about the door knock. Mario Maker 1 kept a lot more of the Mario Paint flavor in terms of having things like the Fly Swatter minigame and things like that. I think apart from some of the residual elements like the Reset Rocket and the Undo Dog, that's much of that sense that Mario Maker was a spiritual sequel to Mario Paint has kind of dropped out of Maker 2, or at least been dialed back. Anyway, let's go. And here we are. 7 seconds. I'm actually behind pace going here, because I had gone through the door with 8 seconds before, and so 1 second. Yeah, I'm late on the claw. I need to go out of the claw much faster than that. That's the correction I need to make, is that I still consistently swing off the claw too late after grabbing the POW. Whoops, mistake. And let's see if I can unscramble some of my muscle memory for the throw here. I was already thinking ahead to some of the throw and jump interactions, and was obviously incorrect. Okay, up we go. A little too high. Tap that and that. Okay. Doing fine here, at least. As long as I'm not losing too much time along the way. 14 seconds, as usual. We'll see how clean any of this stuff is. Yeah, I had some slow slides there previously, but coming in 8 seconds, that's going to be fine. Okay, nice, crisp jump off of this. That's great. 1 second remaining as we go into the pipe, and we are going to die right before the end, so I do need to shave off just a little bit more jump height. I'll swear going into that. But now we know, as you can see, going a little bit too high still in some places. Okay. Getting closer, but at least I now know what I'm dealing with. I definitely feel like 8 seconds into this door is already going to maybe be a bit late. Whoops. But this jump coming out of the locked door is also one where I'm often losing time by going too high. As you can see, I overcompensated there by going too low. But I'm looking at little pockets of where adjustments could theoretically be made, and that's definitely one of the ones I'm looking at. Just need to shave off a bit more jump height everywhere, I think. And maybe we'll be okay, given that it was just a few tiles away from finishing. So perhaps I'm not spending enough time in the sliding state, not getting into it early enough to get that tiny little boost as we go down some of the slopes. Okay, up we go. Nope, miss. So yeah, still a tiny bit of optimization we need to do to make this happen, even though the jumps themselves are accurate now. Most of the time. 14 seconds through the pipe, okay, that's on par. Nice short jump over the piranhas if I can. Nice quick slide through there, 8 seconds. Okay. Nope. Once again, a bit of a high arc coming out of the claw just as a result of going too late. So... yeah, I gotta think about where else I can make optimizations here. Kind of hard to tell because I keep hitting 14 seconds at this location and 8 seconds at the door, and I don't know how much of that second I have consumed, I guess. If that makes sense. And that seems like that's where some of the optimization is going to be coming from. Shorter jumps here, of course, would help. 1 second remaining. I think this is going to be tight. Nope. Still need to do some brisker jumps there. Maybe that second last jump at the end is in fact still going too high. Although I think if I'm just cranking my horizontal distance forward, I don't know if that makes too much of a difference. Like my horizontal velocity should still be the same. Okay. Bit of a crisper exit off some of the claws there. That might help. Probably corner boosting. Maybe so, I say, as I just missed the corner here and able to get upstairs. Yeah, it's kind of unexpected tightness there, given that from the speed record I was expecting that I'd have a little bit more room to work with. But as you can see, that's why I'm not so much of a speedrun player, that I don't know a lot of these optimization tricks. Yeah, maybe sometimes I'm a little late to activating that key, in fact. Okay, let's see how this goes this time. No, that's even later than I did before. Didn't even get up to diagonal that time. We'll give this a couple more attempts. Because I'm not sure how much more I can shave at this point. At least, not what I can obviously see. I think, at this point, you see, I don't actually know if I'm on track until I'm in the final zone. I think hitting 14 seconds and 8 seconds is probably going to wind up being the numbers I have to work with, and unfortunately that's not enough information to tell if I am losing much time. I might have timed out from the claws. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Okay. Trying to lower as many jumps as I can. Whoops. Not that one, obviously. Might have been timed out from the claws. Okay, so... yeah, if I'm still spending a little too long on certain claws, and not taking advantage of the fact that they are going to flip me up in the correct direction towards the top right when I get into them with full momentum, that could be it. Still going to be 14 seconds going into that, though. Nope. Trying to tighten that up a little too much. And as you can see, yeah, jumping directly off that claw. And by extension, off some of the later ones as well is going to be essential here, I think. That I may be dwelling too long on every claw in general, and that has added up over time. And as you can see, that affects my sliding velocity going into the ice as well. Late on the jump button. So yeah, I do need to jump immediately as I hit the claws, and that's probably the optimization I'm looking for. Need to do a full jump, of course. But trusting my momentum going into a stationary-looking claw is something I do need to work on here. Okay. Going okay here so far. Let's see what else we can do with this. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely see that I'm tightening up a lot more in those claws now. Still 1 second left. I feel like I did shave a little bit of time this go around, and yeah, that's going to hit. So that's exactly the correction I needed to make. Let's see how close we were. Very close, in fact. So, not nearly as optimized as that guy who was half a second ahead of me. But thank you, Nintentium. Thank you for the GGs. Should be back to subs for this one. Safety of Man, looks like you are in fact still here, so let's take a look at what you have for me this time. Being a bit of a hold right-ish level, apart from some of the things like the back throws. Even on a comfortable D-pad, I think my thumb got a little poked by that last one. This time we'll take a look at another 100 coin exploration level by Safety of Man. This time this is going to be Flood Buddies. Explore the explosive pipeworks and hop along any way you like. So we'll do that. And it's going to be an at least 100 coins, so we don't need to be totally exhaustive, but let's check the pipe right away. There is going to be a 3 pink coin route. Let's maybe not do that either. Looks like one thing that we might want to do there is, in fact, drop some of the red shells and let the Koopas respawn on the lower level. Oh, I see. No, never mind that. We just need to hit this. Okay. Let's not do that either. Yeah, I see what's going on now. That I just want to jump on each of the sets of jump blocks. Or note blocks, if you prefer. And that's going to give me all of the appropriate platforms. Set this guy down gently. And gently, and even when the Koopas walk around, they'll get those drops. But, yeah, I guess I missed the coin collection over there, in terms of the regular coins. It's okay, we'll deal with it. I might as well just... Whoop! I've been finding some spectacular ways to nuke myself here. Electrodude, speaking of 100 coin, you've been hopping through concepts, and the latest one is a purple coin-based speedrun. Okay. Sounds very Galaxy-like. Mostly because of the purple. And yeah, Kimmy, sorry we couldn't make it to you today with your position in the queue, but thanks for dropping by anyway, when we will be back at the same block tomorrow. I keep trying to tell myself that I want to start these streams earlier if I can. Maybe about an hour earlier start time if I can manage it, but today that was not happening. So, oh, okay, so this is going to be a shell location where the shell is going to pick up a bunch of coins, I'm sure. In the classic SMB3 style, when it comes to back and forth coin interactions. Let's test that out just to do a bit of collectible acquisition. Hey, whoa! This is underwater, of course, so let's just bop this. Nope, let's just bop this once again, and again. Okay, there we go. That didn't really get me many coins out of that block, but that's what we do when things get a bit inaccurate, so... let's check this pipe, of course. I think it is consistent so far in that red pipes are the only ones that can be entered. But bomb seems to imply drop on this location, but yeah, sure, we'll go with that. And see what's down here. Frog suit. We'll take it. And more bomb drops over here, just as a bit of a hazard. Okay, let's be careful with the dash button while I am the frog. Yeah, interesting that there is kind of a dual track here, explorable part of the level under the water as well as over. Okay. Sure, let's hop up here just to see what's going on. Looks like you can crack this open with a shell or a bomb. Oh, whoops. So much for the frog suit, but we know where to get another one, so. Let's actually toss some more bombs around to that unlockable location to the right. I'm probably going to run out the timer here, by the looks of it. Whoops. Alright, probably a good idea to grab a frog at this point. Yeah, sure, let's see what's going on. Okay. And we can wrap around this side. More stuff over here. I haven't seen many of the red coin locations yet. That bomb is going to fly through and allow me to grab the 10 coin. Red pipe down here. We'll of course check that. Yeah, I love these little miniature challenges that you put in these locations. Very easy to find the locations, but then actually running around to do things is a different story. Now, it looks like the idea here is to take the shell. Nope. I was trying to send it all the way through, in fact. If I'm small, I can step on all of these stuff, but, oh no, Koopa, oh, whoops. Frog suit physics, throwing me off there. No, you are supposed to use the coin blocks in the way that we did previously, which was to drop POW platforms onto the lower level. Pretty sure. Okay. So let's start from scratch here. Try to do things maybe a little bit more efficiently and keep eyes peeled for the third of the red pipes if we have missed it already. Oh, whoops. That could have gone badly. But yeah, there are enough coins to work with that. Doesn't seem to be a need to really dwell on a particular location for too long. Okay, down here. I might as well check this location for once as well. More bombs to work with. Frog suit. Yeah, at the previous death, we were kind of 2/3 of the way through with coins. Got up to something in the 60s. And let's just follow this down. As long as I'm reasonably cautious, it's not too much to deal with. Oh, I was not reasonably cautious. Let's grab some coins, though. Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see these collect 100 coin concepts being used for Ninja levels. I actually enjoyed those a lot. I mean, I know that not everybody who does speedrunning is really kind of into that sort of thing, because it introduces a lot of routing challenges that aren't just readily optimized. But I like that, because that's the element of speedrunning that I actually enjoy. Not so much the technique of executing things, but rather just the ability to find interesting path selections and methods. Not quite what I wanted there, but that's okay. I do know that it's possible to get up to this location. Sure, might as well grab some coins while they're available. And whoops. Yeah, definitely there are things about the frog that still throw me off, even after having had it in the game for about a year. Let's do this challenge properly this time. Without that instant shell deflection. Okay, very satisfying how it actually completes that platform, in fact. I could hit the P-switch, but I don't see why I would want to. I can just jump over here. Unless, of course, the P-switch allows me to grab any coins once I come back out the other side, perhaps, and see if any blocks have been transformed. Nothing really obtainable, unfortunately. Coin over here. Yeah, we'll see soon enough how close I am to... Oh, here's another red pipe. And that's just a matter of going over to Pokies, which, with the benefit of the frog suit, should hopefully not be too painful. Let's drop down here. It's going to get a crush. Both of them. It's going to be a key coin. While we are at 92 coins. I think I want to check this first in case there's some kind of sizable bonus on the other side. There doesn't seem to be yet, but we'll go down this pipe and see what this is all about. Okay, it's going to be a bunch of 1-ups and hearts and... Frog 5, apparently. Not exactly sure what's going on with the Frog 5. But we'll take it. That's going to be clear. Yeah, pretty flexible little collectathon concept once again from Safety of Min. Nowhere near the speed record time. I guess if you are serious about trying to find a good time, though, this is a satisfying kind of level to do it with, as we were saying. So let's mark that as a win and go to next. Mamuga. And the newest one, okay. Right, you were saying something earlier about snowballs. I don't know if that's going to be this or if it's going to be something else, but we are about to find out. Mario versus a Snow Machine 2. Moles like a good snow fight. I see Zero's already decided to lock up the record on this one. And I'll like the comments. Okay, we'll see the comments afterwards, perhaps. Unless there's a particular reason to load them in to the level itself. Okay, looks like we race the shell on the right side of the screen. And hits the snowball and then... Oh, I see, okay. Then we just kind of hang around here for a bit. Oh, I see, interesting. Alright, that's a very neat concept, actually. Snowball fight, and it's going to sneak in there and grab that, but very neat little minigame that I'm glad is not being used in the context of something like a full level anti-soft block. Also love that little bit with the hard blocks and conveyor belt at the very end past the goal. That's kind of making that look like a snow machine for purely aesthetic reasons. Let's take a look at the comments. And yeah, Safety Man got absolutely buried by this thing. And Shmoo over here... Oh, I guess this is Patrick. I think so. But yeah, a neat little thing that's sort of made out to look like a shell race of some sort, and then turns out to be something else quite interesting. Okay, sub next. Mr. Electrodude. Okay, so back to the grind. For those of you who don't know, this is the same level that we've been featuring almost every week from Electrodude. It's the easiest remaining Electrodude level that I have not cleared. And last week we got within one jump. And I thought, okay, that will definitely go down to next session. So yesterday, after playing 3D World, I gave it another try, and it did not go well. I wiped for quite some time. Slid my way back, really. Lowered the clear rate below 0.3, in fact. I think I was probably solely responsible for doing that. Just given that I might have pushed this above 10,000 attempts. But anyway, let's try to make amends. I'll see if I can get within a reasonable distance of a finish. It takes a few attempts, of course, just to get some of the shell timings down again in the early part of the level. Yeah, Safety of Man, looking forward to Snowbiz. There is, of course, no business like snow business. Okay, anyway, back into it. Let's see how this goes. Nope, still have to get warmed up on some of the early jumps. And yeah, the clear rate was previously above 0.3 until I had my way with this creation. Okay. I think Meng's cat level that I did yesterday was also somewhere around 0.3, and honestly, this is significantly harder. But again, for the usual reason that most people who can't do shells at all will just bail right away and not put in lots of repeated attempts. Electrodude, of course, has the privilege of being a regular here for long enough that I'm at least going to be fairly convinced that this is going to play fair with me, even if it is quite punishing for my particular skill level. And Safety of Man, you tried Boom Boom Bouncing. Let's see. Which describes a large number of Meng levels, actually, even if they don't all have that title. Oh, whoops. And yeah, Meng representing the cat gang. Whoops. Indeed. Absolutely catastrophic. It's something that gives you a pause for thought. Whoops. Okay, up we go. Nope. Yeah, that shell release timing is really make or break moment of this level. Well, the first one anyway. But I think it's the first big test of whether or not this is going to be a reasonable attempt at all. Red Knight, welcome back. Love those two color-coordinated figures in your emotes. Giving themselves a little bit of a happy dance. Okay. Now let's work our way up. Nope, still early on that throw. Yeah, we'll see. I'll try to push at this for a decent amount of time, but not going to be a massive grind, obviously, because we do have the viewer queue, but I'll see if I can at least take a few stabs at getting back into the second half. In the meantime, queue is still open. Might not leave it open for too long after this level, though. Looking at how things are going currently, so. But we'll see. I keep telling myself that I want to run these streams for a reasonable amount of time, say about 4 hours or so, and I very often just go way, way over against my better judgment. But mostly because we have such a steady supply of fantastic content from all of you. Okay, nope, still missing. So yeah, Red Knight, thank you for the submission. As soon as the bot decides to gobble it up anyway. I actually don't know if the bot is able to handle the emote, in fact, in the add command. It's not rejecting it, though. So I do wonder. But anyway, if you don't get a response that indicates that you have been added into the queue, do try again without the emote, just in case. Things might just be running slowly, who knows. Okay, into the second half. First good attempt in a while. Shell jump over here. Oh, a little bit short on that jump. That's 2 jumps from the end. 2 jumps and a shell throw from the end. Yeah, Red Knight, not sure. Oh yeah, there we go. Your maker code has been successfully added. So I guess it was the emote that was messing with that after all. Usually it would say something like, please enter a valid level code, but apparently... I figure that it kind of looks like a Link emote, from what I can see. Must have thrown that off completely. Oh, it's Roru's smug emote, I see, yeah, that's right. So, Roru getting a little bit too smug about their ability to add codes to the queue. But yet, you are, in fact, now in. Whoops. Okay, anyway, one fairly solid attempt so far. I just kind of had a bad jump release going into one of the final elements. That's, I think, probably my 3rd best attempt at this level, I think. So, getting that out of the way early is actually a fairly good sign. but we just not need to strain our thumbs a little too much here. As I get back into position, I knew I was going to be a little bit off axis that time, and kind of saw that coming as a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, some of the levels today are giving my thumb a bit of a workout when it comes to the amount of item handling I've been doing, even on easier concepts earlier on. So, we'll see how this goes. But hey, one good attempt is actually nothing to scoff at. Okay. That's... I was about to say one problem out of the way. I was kind of wondering how that jump was going to go as I tried to target a shell, but we'll see about that when it comes to accuracy. Anyway, getting there slowly. Doing the red shell successfully a few times. That high red shell drop is a good sign. The fact that we've managed to drop it down a few times, even if I can't quite follow it up very accurately. But will today be today, I guess. We'll have an answer to that somewhat soon. The answer might be no, but it'll be an answer. Nope. As you can see, I'm not even bothering doing the marked back throw because that just adds a little more complexity than I can handle and isn't strictly necessary. Oh, came in a bit low. Yeah, hanging on to the jump button with the base of my thumb is something that's going to be a bit of a mechanical challenge today, just given that that earlier level with Nintentium was already giving the item throwing a bit of a workout. So we'll see how well I do. That was part of the issue with the death I took on the best attempt so far earlier. And it's very tempting to just release the jump button very prematurely when things are going a bit haywire. Yeah, still need to fix up some of these release timings here. But yeah, I can, as I've said many times before, see how people who are accustomed to shell levels might actually read this as being on the easier side, since it's just a lot of forward throws and fairly clearly marked landings that don't require you to manipulate too many unknown or unseen objects. One part that I did have to learn with a fair bit of experience, of course, was just the platform drop after the big red shell throw. Because that's one sequence that you kind of need to see before you have a general sense of the rhythm and the intended path, but everything else here, pretty straightforward. From a reading perspective, definitely not from an execution perspective. Or maybe I'm just used to it at this point. What's the rating for this one? Electrodude can confirm it. I think it's somewhere... you said it was like 2.5 or something? I don't know. It's very hard for me. But... Electrodude can confirm that himself. Yeah, the fact that I would have this much trouble with something that would be rated on the lower end kind of tells you how low I am on the shell level totem pole. Whoops. Not that I understand much about their peer review difficulty rating system anyway. Okay. Whoops. Wow. That was a horrible way to go. Everything was just going fine, and I just had a bad jump that was a little too close to the spike. Got a bit complacent there after I landed on the falling platform accurately. Okay. Some of the early stuff is going better, at least. Nope. Bad curvature going into that throw. Okay. That's okay, we haven't been on this very long yet. And honestly, some of the red shell handling has been going better than it did yesterday. So, the good attempt may still happen. May still be in the cards. And we'll just have to push forward and see. Nope. Not that time. And yeah, Electro Dude said 2.5. What cartoons did I enjoy as a child growing up? I am somebody who absolutely... Terminator, somebody who absolutely swears by classic Warner Brothers Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies. When I watched them as a child, I actually had no idea how old a lot of them were, simply because they are so timeless and in many ways have never been equaled. Just a lot of that golden era as you get into the 40s and 50s in particular, with a lot of work by Chuck Jones, Friz Freleng, Bob Clampett, etc. I don't know the 30s era so well, you know, with the earlier days of the Leon Schlesinger unit at Warner with Tex Avery and the rest, but you can probably guess from this Terminator just how much I loved Cuphead, by the way. In terms of, you know, finally seeing something that really kind of spoke to me culturally. But yeah, not that I didn't watch anything newer, it's just that I don't think... Even as a child, I could kind of detect that nothing was quite up to the level of the classic Looney Tunes shorts at their best. Oh, a lot of them are very political, actually. And yeah, Safety of Man, you'll have to let me know which ones you were watching during lunch. You know, there's a lot of stuff that was from the middle of the Second World War that was produced by Walt Disney that was effectively Second World War propaganda, the most famous one being the Oscar-winning film Der Führer's Face, where Donald Duck has a nightmare that he is trapped in Nazi Germany and is kind of this good, loyal factory worker in Nazi Germany. And of course, Disney doesn't tend to re-release that stuff on things like streaming media these days for various reasons, because they're just so skittish about their corporate image. But there was a time when they were actually doing limited DVD releases of some of the wartime shorts. But yeah, anybody, like speaking of, you know, cartoons that get a little political, like if you've never seen Der Führer's Face, I actually do highly recommend it. It's a fantastic window into what wartime media was like. And, okay, so What's Opera Doc, Safety of Man, is the one that you're talking about. An absolute legend of a short. There are a lot of stories about just how much the animation unit actually kind of cut back on other projects they were working on that year so they could make that short as lavish as possible and, you know, redirect as much of their budget and time as they could towards making it happen, because it's just this incredibly ambitious concept in every respect. Okay. Yeah, no, What's Opera Doc, I think, is really one of the all-time greats. Exactly, the Background art by Morris Noble, I want to say. Just an absolute landmark piece of work. Can I type in chat? It's not Daffy, it's Donald Duck. This is a Disney cartoon. But it is called Der Führer's Face. It even comes with a song. Should be fairly easy to find on YouTube. I think, even though obviously Disney would have a strong interest in getting it taken down from time to time. And yeah, Song of the South is one thing where, like, I can see why they're not releasing stuff like that on Disney Plus if they want to avoid controversy in this day and age in particular, but at the same time, I really feel like something like a proper restoration of the film for preservation purposes does need to exist. And if it's something that they're only going to distribute to, say, festivals and repertory cinemas on a very limited basis, that's fine. But I think it's something that should be preserved and made available, because even if they don't trust audiences to engage with it as a product of its time, and even if Disney wants to be a little bit overprotective of its modern image, I think it's a great shame that they've just decided to squat on it indefinitely. And every few years, you hear rumors about things like the restoration work on Song of the South actually getting done, that they're kind of doing it on the back end just for preservation without any intention of releasing it, but none of that ever really comes to fruition or comes to light. Like, you just hear the rumor pop up every few years, and then all of a sudden it's a dead project again. And yeah, you know, Warner Brothers was definitely a kind of pioneer on putting in some of those as a cultural sensitivity warnings on a lot of the older shorts, including the DVD box set releases of a lot of Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies back in the 2000s, because you would have cartoons like Inky and the Lion, if any of you know that, which is you know, kind of Warner Brothers slapstick comedy with a African Sambo figure, if you know what I mean. The Little Lion Hunter is the short I'm thinking of. There's a whole series of those, though. The Little Lion Hunter and other related short sets were Warner classics, which are, I think, very obviously racist by modern standards. But which, you know, were just released with disclaimers back in the day. I don't know if they do that anymore, because the thing is, so there is a set of Warner shorts that are particularly controversial. There's 10 of them that actually had a cancelled release, I think, because even Warner is beginning to go back on whether they consider that content releasable these days as well. And yeah, I know that Disney, for things like Disney Plus, they do have content warnings on not only fairly recent films like the 1993 Aladdin, but also on some of their older material, like the Davy Crockett live-action films in the 60s that people only know because they have the song in the Jungle Cruise or whatever. Rammers, yeah, there's quite a lot of hand-drawn animation, actually. You'd be surprised at how much. Most of it, of course, is just going on at the television level, or at the independent level, where, like, if any of you are sort of really interested in animation as an art form, I highly recommend paying attention to the indie animation scene. I used to go to a lot of independent animation festivals and related programs all the time, and also keep up with things like animated shorts that are shortlisted for the Oscars, the Annies, etc. A lot of that stuff these days is actually available on sites like Vimeo these days, because that's where the animators are actually able to monetize. But when you look into this, you see what a diverse medium animation actually is in terms of people who are working with everything from, you know, all kinds of objects used in stop motion to light painting to, of course, state-of-the-art computer animation as well. That's definitely a part of it. But, you know, still a lot of people working on things like puppetry and just so many things going on that you're not necessarily going to see as a multiplex feature. And yeah. But yeah, it's very true that, you know, animated productions at a full scale, the way that Walt Disney feature animation has not done since The Princess and the Frog, I think, which was already kind of a stab at trying to revive that production method. Like, that is something that is very time-consuming as well as expensive, that features take quite a lot longer to turn out. And so yeah, even a lot of studios that were traditionally known for working in media other than computer animation, like Aardman, for instance, which has this incredible legacy in stop motion, for production reasons and for cost, a lot of them ended up going with computer animation for a lot of their features anyway, and so you'd have this thing where, you know, a lot of more recent Aardman films are computer animated, but keeping a bit of an in-house stop-motion look. Although I haven't kept up with some of that for quite some time now. I used to follow feature animation much closer than I do nowadays. Oh, whoops. Once again, touching too close to that spike. I've never really had trouble with that particular kind of depth before, but I think I'm just much too optimistic once I'm safely on the platform these days. Okay. Also maybe playing a bit on autopilot since I'm mostly talking about animation while I'm doing this. Okay. Most of you will know already, of course, that... no, let's pay attention here first. Nope, failed on the final jump. Who Framed Roger Rabbit is incredible, yeah. It was a contractual stipulation that Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse would receive equal screen time in that film, which they do in that shared shot, of course, when they are falling together on either side of the screen, but just love the piano duel between the ducks as well, and you know, the brooms from Fantasia just sweeping up the studio at the beginning, and just, you know, just tons of stuff going on in Roger Rabbit. It's just one of the most energetic films I've seen. The fact that Robert Zemeckis has spent most of his late career dabbling mostly in somewhat tacky-looking motion capture experiments, I think, has really kind of buried what a good filmmaker his record shows him to be. Like, he's not somebody who's often talked about as a great auteur or something, or even a major commercial director, given that he spent so much of his career in the shadow of people like Spielberg. But, like, you look at Robert Zemeckis' record as a director, and it's actually something that would be, I think, very enviable to most people who get into Hollywood at all. And there's a lot that I appreciate about a lot of the films like Back to the Future that I wouldn't have noticed when I was younger now, just from a technical perspective of, you know, the shot composition and storyboarding and such. And yeah, Roger Rabbit is one of those films where it's miraculous that it ever happened at all. And it's hard to imagine that it could ever happen again, you know? Very unique moment in film history. Okay, this is almost a good attempt, so let's pay attention for just a moment here. Nope, not quite. So anyway, we got within the last jump. I will take with a couple more attempts at this, just to see if we can get the last shell. That's the second time I've reached the last shell. Continuously from the start. Even when practicing from the midpoint, I had a lot of trouble with the last shell. For something that's a fairly straightforward shell throw. And here we go. I mean, I don't talk about it so much on this stream, but definitely one thing I complain about constantly with a lot of modern blockbuster cinema is how bad the editing is and how lazy some of the shot composition is from time to time. That I find a lot of it to be just very visually dull, even by the standards of popcorn films, you know, and you go back to the stuff that was basically mainstream popular entertainment back in the 80s and 90s, which isn't even the era I know best when it comes to cinema, not by far, but you go back to what would be kind of recognizable to us as very accessible, modern-looking cinema, which is stylistically something that comes together sort of 70s to 80s, I would say, and the level of technique is just so much crisper as a norm when you go back to some of that material. These days, I mean, you know, the thing I complain about often is that, you know, you look at some of the Marvel Cinematic Universe stuff, and it's like they don't even know how to shoot a fist fight anymore. Right? Like, you could see better fist fights and one-off bar fight scenes in 1940s film noir before fight choreography was quite as professionalized. Actually, no, there was quite a fair bit of swashbuckling fight choreography back then, too, of course, if you're looking at things like the classic Zorro films, or Errol Flynn and Robin Hood, or things like that. But you know what I mean, that even, like, simple fist fights and such don't look very good in cinema these days. But and that's just one subject that I'm particularly fusty about. Whoops. Alright, Electrodude, just a couple more attempts this round, I think. I mean, I know that you send me this again and again constantly anyway until it gets done, and we've had a good attempt this round, which is a start. So, I was kind of hoping that half an hour would be a decent chunk for it today, given that some of the other levels went quickly, but I do have a queue to get through. And, you know, I spend as much time on this as I do because fundamentally it feels within reach, and also fundamentally it is something that is a lot of fun as you get into it and learn its rhythms over time. Some things may look tight, but some things are also surprisingly flexible when it comes to my ability to correct myself, so. Okay, here we go. And up we go. Let's try to make it the red shell at least once more. Hopefully it will not take me too many attempts. But if I can just get some of the junk attempts out of the way here, so we can make another reasonably deep run, then we'll see. Okay, that's a start. Adjusting for that buzzy shell throw near the end there when timing feels slightly off is kind of an important thing to do. I think that's a good place to end, given that we did get into the second half. So, once again, dying on the final shell. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. And so we'll just mark that as a loss. One more time. And let's get a little further into the queue. I will be closing pretty soon, I think. Let me just check how things are going here, but yeah, and thank you for giving me the lurk. I continue to lower this further into the depths of 0.29. Z22 official, if you have been able to stay all this time, we will take a look at yours. So please check in. And if you are here, thank you for your patience. And yeah, we'll see the state of the queue after that and make a decision about closure at that point. Z22, I do see you in the chat, but I don't see you responding, so if we don't get a response soon, I will bump you back one spot on the assumption that maybe you're AFK. And Freenova, thank you once again for submitting the SMB1 ice shell level earlier, and good luck with even more making. So yeah, without a check-in from Z22, I will just punch in next and skip to Terminator first. I'm just going to bump back one spot, though. Okay, Terminator, surely you must be waiting patiently, as always. But you might want to check in just to be absolutely sure. I mean, you just spoke a few minutes ago, so I assume that everything is still fine on your side. And looking forward to your Yoshi P-Balloon concept, whatever it may be. Yoshi's P-Balloon Spectacle. Yeah, after killing Yoshi in some spectacular fashion in some earlier concepts, let's see what happens when Mario must put his trust in a vengeful ally. Will things work out? Doubt it. So yeah, definitely enjoying the Super Mario World style the more you get into it, I see. Okay, so it's going to be a P. And just consider this level the prototype? Yeah, that's fine. P-balloons are going to be edible here, which is interesting because theoretically it means I could probably take damage, run Yoshi over to the platform, and send him up. When Yoshi drops down on top of the bomb, then I am able to grab the P-balloon and then race Yoshi over. Looks like I will have to bump the shell going sideways. Okay, let's pop him and go. He's going to rise, he's going to trigger the switch, and then... oh wait, no fire. Wait a minute. I thought something was going to drop on top of the bomb there and kill it, but... let's try this again. I was so sure that that's what was going to happen. I don't know if Yoshi actually needs to swallow the P-balloon, but... okay, there actually is nothing that activates the bomb. Or at least nothing that has not already been dispensed. Let me start over again. Because maybe it's one of those... should not matter that I reset through the pipe, I think. If we understand what's going on here accurately... that's a bad idea. I don't know why I did that. But... Let me think about this, because did anything actually drop out of the jump block the first time? Yes, Muncher. Okay, I see what's going on there. That's... For some reason, I didn't get the bomb activation from the Muncher my first attempt, so maybe we'll have to look back at the video footage to see what's going on there. Obviously, there is no second attempt because the Muncher will just spawn that first time, so... Yoshi rarely has weird momentum that kills the Muncher. Yeah, I wonder if there's a good way to fix that up, but... Because that is an unfortunate bit of inconsistency in what I thought was going to be a fairly obvious interaction here. Whoops, oh, got bumped back here. Might be a bit slow. Nope. You need to keep Yoshi alive? Let me see what's going on here, though. Okay. Yep, I just lost a bit of momentum, but if I aim for the correct shell locations effectively, then I should be able to outpace Yoshi and keep him alive on the top layer. Okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm bouncing against a wall because of the switch activation coming later than I expected. I see exactly what's going on. Dexterity, welcome. Glad you caught me while the queue was still open because it is about to shut. And Dexterity, I think I will probably close after your submission then and save you for last. Whoops. Oh, once again, bumped to the wall. Bad idea. So, save Policious Skyloft. Oh, I see. It's going to be a Skyward Sword level of some sort. Okay, let's close the queue at this point. So I can get through everybody else in a reasonable amount of time. And let me just edit my stream title and bot display very quickly to make sure that they are accurate. So viewer levels are going to be closed, and bot is also going to display that correspondingly. And we'll take our time to mosey on through the rest, which the list is currently going to look like this. Depending on whether Z22 makes the second call. Yeah, Terminator, at least this one is easy to reset. Either you go for it or you don't. So at least you don't lose any progress. I'm glad you located some kind of consistent fix for later entries in the series, though. Okay. Yeah, I do need to stop and go from time to time. Okay. Oh, wow. Didn't expect that. I guess I do need a precise timing going into the Muncher segment relative to Yoshi. Yeah, Muncher timing looks like it's going to be a little bit challenging here, but we'll see if we can make it happen. Oh, whoops. Once again, getting ahead of myself. The diagonal arrows do give you plenty of warning, though, about where the next location is going to be, so the readability is not an issue so far. Although the Munchers in that kill box did catch me by surprise. Very satisfying double tap, in fact, as I was saying. Okay. Plenty of time to spare over here. We do need to outpace Yoshi, I think. Oh, and outpace Yoshi, but not bump into the wall. I do need to stop before I hit the ice. But yeah, I think I must get ahead of Yoshi there to beat the Munchers entirely. That's almost certainly going to be the safest method. Okay. I don't wonder what happens if you just let Yoshi swallow one pea balloon at the start, whether that does anything. Nope. Slowing down a little too early there. There we go. And yeah, you know what? Let's do the swallow. Why not? No cost to it. Depending on how the final gate is going to work, of course. Yep. Nearly had a bad timing there, but did manage to fix that before things got too wild. Alright, let's go over here. Okay, actually hit the POW. Okay. Actually, not doing too badly here, given that Yoshi is constraining me a bit with some of the ice placement. Alright, P-switch is going to activate there. I hope it stays alive long enough, despite getting bumped there. I think that might actually be a problem. Okay. Missing the star, but I don't know if maybe this is just a big finish. It might be. Ah, there we go. Can I try part 2? Yeah. It'll be kind of... I mean, you know, you only have one super world going at a time. Let's dip into it very quickly if people behind you don't mind. If it's something that's much more difficult, I'm not going to push on it for too long, but we'll take a look since that was very quick. Let me get back into my recently played. And yeah, clear rate for this is about 6. Yeah, we can do it quickly. And it's going to be P2. Okay, let's see how we're going to go. Looks like I needed to swallow fire. No, I didn't. Oh, okay, so it's just going to be 2 Yoshis. I need to be a little faster to escort the top one, it seems. It took me a moment to read what was going on with this concept here, but interesting that you have that initial E followed by initial checkpoint rather, followed by that track setup that didn't seem to be doing anything that I could notice. Yeah, the flow here is a bit more smooth than what we had previously in terms of, whoops, being able to fly continuously instead of having to pull back and cool the jets too much. Yeah, I guess the CP1 checkpoint is mostly just a timekeeping mechanism. But let's see what we can do here. I feel like I killed the lower Yoshi because it intersected with the warp blocks, didn't I? Yeah, because I'm down by 1 Yoshi. By the looks of it, whoops. And of course that's just going to fall through, and I'm going to miss... Maybe. I don't know if I read that correctly. But we'll go back and... Alright, once again. Okay. Once again, let's pop this. And... Okay, this time we still have 2 Yoshis alive, I think. Oh, yeah, because the top one is still going to go to the top stack. Good. So it feels like I am supposedly still on pace. I need to be... Whoa! Whoops, didn't mean to hit that switch a second time. I did need that Yoshi to stay alive in order to hit the P switch, and then I will have the stars in that location to bust through all of the fire and booming that's about to come. Okay, initial setup here. Yeah, that attempt was going reasonably until that extra on-off bump that was Not really what I was supposed to do. Yeah, I just need to get in here accurately for some of these double hits. Once again, got hammered. And a sledge in the face. Yeah, that's something that I'll need to plan around when I enter that location. I need to watch where I'm going. If I don't kill the sledges quickly enough to prevent them from chucking things in my general direction. Oops, a little bit slow there from the bumper. Looks like I do still have 2 Yoshis alive, that's a good sign. Okay. Nope, miss. Oddly enough, that's going to let me through, even with the miss earlier. Up and down gets you a key. I wonder what that's about. Having a bit of trouble flying through this thing here. With the moles pointing every which way. Luckily not on a tight time limit in this location as far as I can see. Yeah, just a bit of a bonus location, I guess. So it did look like I managed to pass that despite not playing perfectly. That's due to the P-switch activation as well as the star that I managed to get through it, but thank you for that, Terminator. I mean, I don't know if that was an intended behavior or not, but I'm sure you can look it over afterwards to see how that went. 3 seconds off despite flying very, very badly in the final segment. That kind of tells me that the speed record is something that's very easily beatable by people who actually know how to fly. That will not be me. So yeah, hopefully we'll see part 3 next time, in addition to whatever else you've made by then. Let's mark that as a win. And let's tap the sub next. Remmers. It's Remmer time. You would like to check in quickly? Believe you are still here. We'll just take a moment. And yeah, you are indeed still here, as I thought. So let's take a look at 4-2G. Not gonna get you a diamond ring. It's your link in a box. Surprise. Okay, 70 seconds, all coins. You can see the clear condition in the top corner. And it is going to be all coins, so let's see how we do. Actually, kind of a high clear rate for a Remmer's level relative to some of the things I've been wiping out on in recent memory. Yeah, Terminator, I thought that's probably what happened, given my previous experience with hitting the shell switches with my head. Tap, right? It's gotta be tap. Bit of a slow reaction time there to that, but flashbacks to the Meng Minecraft level, of course. Okay. We need to collect all, so... Anyway. Down here, going a bit slowly, but... I mean, safety of man, isn't that how every Zelda game is technically designed? Okay. Doing that downward method actually kind of works. Music is a very good match for this, by the way. For this particular concept. Taking down the gate in that way is also kind of neat. The kind of mechanic you would often see in troll levels instead. Okay, we can't miss here. It is a collect all coin, so I will only have that one chance. So, let's get back there as fast as I can. Okay. Yeah, the more time we save in the early segments, the better, as we don't quite know what the requirement is going to be just yet, although high clear rate, don't imagine it's going to be super tight. Especially if we have something very satisfying. This column over here, as long as I don't sink all the way to the bottom. Maybe this Zelda success chime with every single one of these blocks as well. Thanks to the light bulb sound effect. Yeah, arrows, I guess, are telling me which direction to face as we... Oh, miss. Okay, let's rehearse this anyway, just to see how things are going to go. And yeah, 29 out of 40. I did miss one, but I do want to see what's ahead. Okay. And time is up as well, so it's not just the inaccuracy earlier, but we also have to pay attention to the winged blocks that are flying downwards beside the flag, so... a couple of things I have to improve here. More than one. I should be gaining speed as much as possible just from dropping. That would be maybe a minor optimization. Shouldn't be going back and forth so much. Yeah, not a well-optimized route at all as we get into the pipe with 44 seconds on the clock. I think we can do much better than 44 at that location. Yeah, probably should maybe go for the high location first and actually just face left from there. Okay, going to be 25 seconds going into this segment here. Okay. Makes sense to kind of spam my way through it. Just for the sake of not worrying too much about accuracy. Just need to float with it. Oh, just missed. Just overshot that completely when I swam. And how am I already down to 3 seconds going into this? Yeah, I think I do need to not go all the way up that column. I do need to sink it down. Or rather, tap the thing on my way up, perhaps. But yeah, a lot of time can be shaved off this segment here, I think. But we'll see how we do. Oops. Probably should be using... I was about to say the ground pound, but I don't think that actually works underwater now that I think about it. No, it doesn't. Didn't think it did. Yeah, 42 there, that's going to be quite slow. That's even worse than last time. Okay, going for that column together is probably an important optimization. 26 seconds, so I actually did recover some time just by making that tweak. Whoops. So yeah, let's just see how we'll do... Well, never mind that. I was about to say let's see how we'll do for time, but that's not going to go. Okay. Down we are. And we can do this a lot better, I'm sure. Yeah, just trying to save as much time as possible here. Let's not miss. 47. Okay, that's a minor gain of a few seconds, which might turn out to be very consequential, so... Nope. Still going to be way ahead of my previous time here, though. Getting through there with 30 seconds. Still an incremental improvement, which will buy me valuable time for the final segment to come. Okay. And tap that. And up we go with 9 seconds remaining, much, much better than the 3 or so I had earlier. Oh, wow. Got it. That's to clear. Obviously, lots of room to clean that up further on the final screen especially. But minor path adjustments, strategic adjustments earlier on in the level were enough to make that happen, so thank you very much, Remmers. 15 seconds off the record, I see. So lots and lots of room for improvement. This music makes you expect Ingo's scream at the end. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to type in next. This will be final check for the Terminator. Will I have time to open the queue later? I might, depending on the difficulty of the remaining levels. I can't really tell that until I'm through the rest of the queue. So at this point, I can't really confirm anything yet. I do have to see what the final levels are like. Z22 I see on the lurk list, but at the same time, this is the second call with no check-in, so we'll be removing you pretty shortly. And we did see one level from Z22 earlier today, so not a total catastrophic loss. It looks like it's just going to be down the next list from here, so let's go Safety of Man. Safety of Man is going to be S489 2RW 9NG. Snowbiz. Very a fresh upload. Pretty much while you were watching the stream, in fact. So let's proceed carefully and collect 100 coins without sliding away. This one is still a work in progress, and that's fine. We'll just keep that in mind when we test that. Red coin pipes aren't completed yet. I might check them anyway, just to see what's going on while you're putting the scaffolding together, but let's just give you a general look at how the route is going and whether things are visible and fair. So yeah, going to be a 100 coin collection. 300 seconds is a pretty reasonable time for this sort of thing, I think. So trying to grab some of these from time to time just so we can actually pop a mushroom. Oddly enough, I think it's possible to... Oh, you know what? We can just hit those from below. I was thinking of throwing a snowball into them for no particular reason. Okay, that's definitely a snowball location, and that's going to work well. I don't know what these are going to do for me. Probably not much. So let's just treat the blue pipes consistently as snowball spawners, apparently. Okay, more coins. And we'll just grab as many of these as we can. Okay, it looks like we have a bit of a turnaround here with a 10 coin that I haven't seen yet. Oh, that's unlocked. Guess I have to duck under him. Or not. Yeah, let's grab these two over here. Take the P-switch somewhere interesting, perhaps. Or not. Let's get a good look at... Oh, whoops. Ah, I see. Okay, 10 coin accessible with the P-switch, as you can see. Well, let's grab some of the coins to get them out of the way first. And here we are. I should have grabbed those remaining coins, but don't need to fuss too much about that, perhaps. Red pipe, okay. Okay, things looking fine over here. Let's take a look. Looks like that's another snowball dump location, just given the icicle gating. Need to throw a little bit more accurately than I've been doing, but there we are. Okay, trying to dodge the stun lock here. That was not successful. And or is getting any of these to activate. I guess the stomp on the sledge might have done something for me there. Also the P-switch, I guess, eradicating the bricks on the lower level. Nope. This is obviously just a spring reversal if I ducked into it. Okay. This is also another snowball location. Red pipe, not done yet, as you said. But we've seen 2 out of 3 pipe entrances, which is something. Snowball is going to allow me to grab more of those. That is the clear condition, but let's poke around. See what some of these other obstacles are all about. I am running slightly low on time. Let's grab a mushroom for safety. Safety of men. A stun lock at least is not going to be too much of an issue here. We'll grab one of these and just toss it over, I think. And he's going to skip out that completely. Very clever little fellow there. Big fellow, perhaps. That's a clear. Terminator asked, how do you get snowballs? I mean, they were coming pretty consistently either from pipes or from the occasional block spawn that you would need to kind of wrap around and work for. So, yeah, nice exploration experience there so far. Looking forward to what the bonus rooms are ultimately going to look like. Decent pacing as well for the 100 coin requirement within the space of 300 seconds. I find that the 300-second timer has been pretty consistently well tuned for all of these that you've shown me so far. So, oh, in the game Terminator, yeah, that's right. Terminator, I often forget that you've mostly worked on SMB1 and recently spread out into Super Mario World, but in general with the snow theme, the spikes will just give you the snowball behavior. And yeah, Red Nye, I was saying that about Safety of Man's last submission as well, that it was very similar to some of the 100 coin ninja levels where you can take your time with them, but the real challenge is in harnessing that flexibility to find an optimal route of your own. Mark that as a win. Let's just continue to go down the next list. Once again, depending on difficulty, I may be able to reopen given that it is still fairly early in the stream relative to how long I usually run. So I am, of course, planning to run viewer levels during the same time slot tomorrow as well, though, so I will try not to extend this one too long. Don't want to kind of burn off my ability to play Mario too early in the weekend. Okay, Red Nye, do you have a particular recommendation? Is it going to be a specific level that you want to see, or is it the world, or something else? We recommend one of the newer uploads, okay? Let me just scan some of these. Platforming and momentum control, interesting. Ancient athletics. And yellow blocks. Let's take a look at... Let me think about this. This is a little bit under 1%. That's okay. We have a short enough queue that we can maybe take the time to challenge something like this. Momentum control, though, we might be in big trouble. But let's see. Rhine-DeLorean escape. Okay, that's just a 1-up. I mean, obviously I'm just supposed to jump that and get on top of the Naked Koopa. Which... whoops. Once again, momentum control. Let's not think too hard about what I just said about getting on top of the Naked Koopa. We do need to jump on that slightly to the left to eject that. In the correct location? Wow. Momentum control indeed. No, I need to hit that shell from below as I'm going up on that arc, and then I'll land on top of it with the marker slightly later on, so... I am playing with D-pad. There are certain things in this level that already seem like maybe they were designed more for accommodating the quick directional adjustment of the stick. But, nope, wrong way. That's okay, we'll just try to make this happen, even that oh yeah, okay, that's how to do it. Just need to crank my way right into it after the bounce before the shell. No, wrong way. And... well, you're about to receive a test to see how doable this is with D-pad over here. Let me just take a look at this moment here first, because looks like I needed to get on top of the jump block, but then switch to spin jump coming out of that, so... just wanted to take a moment to read that. I, of course, just missed the landing. Whoops. Completely. Yeah, I'm looking at this part where you... whoops, get into the shell in particular, and I'm seeing that some of the momentum control here might have been designed by a stick player. Sometimes you can kind of tell from some of the nuances in a level. Not always. But sometimes you can pick that up. Nope. Okay. Nope. Needed to switch to spin jump there, and that did not happen. Yeah, switching to spin on top of... whoops. The jump block is something that sometimes still throws me off in terms of the timing relative to when you land. Not that it's particularly tight, but, you know, just... looks like I do need a full bounce off of the spiny there, and that I shouldn't be worried about Muncher because I will be bumping it with my shell net. That's okay, we'll go back there, we'll see if I can make that happen. Whoops. Yeah, just a lot of controlled left and right so far. The jumps have generally been full jumps. From what I can tell, that's a lot of directional control, though, to make that happen. Nope. Just missed that. I am supposed to fall in, though. I think I just need to fall in and control my landing a little bit better. Nope, wrong way. Okay. actually don't see this style of challenge very often. Maybe just because we don't get that many submissions of this sort on this stream, but, you know, in terms of things that are much more based around giving the player a little bit of flexibility to correct out of mistakes and find the most comfortable path. Not that this is really flexible by any means, but kind of like that you can't just play this in autopilot. But at the same time, that from a technical level, it feels very approachable. It's just that you do need to be somewhat accurate. Okay, up we go. Nope. Do need to work on my aim sometimes. Well, on this level, all the time. But yeah, the targets are all pretty readable from what I can see so far. I haven't had any issues parsing what I think I'm supposed to do. And yeah, dexterity, we are saving the dex for last, apparently. We'll hopefully get to use soon, depending on how this goes. Okay. Yeah, just needed to pull back slightly on that jump. Needed a fuller jump over here, obviously. And this is just going to trap you. Up the stumps, and then after the second stump, I need to go very quickly onto that on-off switch, which will give me a safe landing on top of the coins. So I know where that's going. Actually getting there, though, is be a different question. Nope. Once again, I have to project the Koopa in the correct direction of travel. And yeah, losing too much distance and momentum even before I get to that shell. Nope. Yeah, because with the Koopa you have to correct a bit to the left, but with a shell you have to correct towards the right, so there is a little bit of back and forth. Or with the momentum control, you do need to kind of keep on your toes and do some of these swaps fairly quickly. Whoops. You can see I do not want to be pulling back there. Nope. This is, I think, one of those levels where when you do clear it, the clear video probably looks deceptively simple, just because none of the jumps look especially technical. And of course, when you just look at the clear, you don't see how much is going on behind the scenes when it comes to getting the accuracy to line up properly here. Nope, need to once again control out of that properly. Hang left just a little bit to get onto the first stump. Should give me plenty of time to get on top of the second stump in time to hit the on-off switch. Okay. Yeah, I do see that the yellow block up top is kind of there as my jump target now when I go from stump to stump. I don't know if that's going to be required in order to activate something up top or drop something, but it is a target that is pretty visible to me, so. Nope, that's going to be spin jump to get on top of the shell and then over to the bomb afterwards, so. Every time I fail, I actually get to read ahead by about 1 or 2 jumps, which is kind of nice for planning purposes. Okay. And, oh yeah, a little bit inaccurate there. Too far to the left. Good read, but it's not required, yeah. Yeah, I do like having that as a bit of a visual anchor, though. For sure. That yellow block on top of the stumps, if that's what we're talking about. And some of these adjustments are decently easy to make. Whoops, missed a spin jump. As I often say on this stream, reading markers is actually a kind of a weakness of mine. It's not really my playstyle. Not really my strength. Compared to a lot of other streamers who sometimes are much stronger players with a set of markers than they are without. Okay, once again. Of course, it being a level that's very demanding when it comes to a lot of jump adjustment, definitely good visual indications of targets are very helpful here. Give you as much guidance as you can receive. So yeah, definitely a level where I do not mind having targets marked. Even if I find that with many other concepts in Mario Maker that can sometimes be excessive. Here, nope, you definitely need them. And they don't introduce too much clutter either. You are still fundamentally aiming towards playable objects. Okay, there we go. A little bit slow getting into the drop, so my usual correction to land on the shell was not successful. Yeah, I was saying full jumps actually tend to do the trick here. It's mostly just the direction that's a matter of accuracy. Yeah, hit the on-off switch and that drops shell from the blue block, and then I need to land on the top of the shell and jump out of it afterwards. I did not spawn the additional shell here. Safety of man, you have a pretty specific maker question. Do ask. I don't know if I'll give you an accurate answer when I'm not in the editor and when I'm playing something else, but I'll take a stab at it. And if not, somebody else in chat would be able to provide, I'm sure. Because the technical knowledge of the people who come onto this stream tends to be a very ample resource. Nope, not quite. Need to actually put on the helmet. Okay. Not quite. But yeah, I think for something that's sub 1%, we can make this happen. Depending on some of the later adjustments that we haven't succeeded at yet. You want to make a snowball pachinko machine, okay. And are you looking for some kind of randomization mechanic, or what are you looking for? If it's a pachinko machine. Because let me just play this attempt first and I'll answer that. Nope. Any ideas how you can allow the snowball to be dropped into a slot but not allow Mario to go through? Bumpers are usually the way that's done. I mean, saw blades as well if you want to be deadly, depending on whether Mario is allowed to take a hit. But bumpers usually work as object-only gates unless you have something like a, you know, track block mechanisms such that allow you to push Mario through and take collision priority. I thought you were going to ask me about randomization, and I actually had an answer prepared. But, go. Because when you have coins drop For example, if you have coins that are suspended midair and you have something like a POW that drops them, the direction that the coins bounce upon landing, left or right, is something that is one of the few random elements in the game. And so you often see that used for randomized mechanisms, but the thing that it would affect in something like a pachinko layout is that the coins would potentially be able to manipulate seesaw weight in a non-deterministic fashion. That's a sort of loose mental sketch of the idea. I don't know how implementable that actually is. Whoops. From a level design perspective, it might not be a good idea. But, you know, if you're ever looking into doing that, that's one way you could go for sure. Okay, not a great bounce on that shell. I feel like I'm late on the shell completely, in fact. That it's too far to the left by the time I make it to the marker, and that wouldn't get me up to the bomb anyway. So not as successful on that shell lately. Okay. Nope. I think I need a faster spin jump going out of the blue platform. You see what I saw there? You see what I'm saying? And oh, okay, no. All right, I misread what you said. You see what I'm saying there? You see what I'm sawing here with all these grinder blades? Whoops. Okay, up we go. Yeah, I need a bit of a crisper series of jumps over there so I can get over to the on-off switch. Get everything to line up from there. Sort of interesting to map out where some of the timing dependencies are. That the on-off switch, of course, is what allows the shell to release its way to the right, because it unblocks a couple of spots in the bottom row. So depending on the shell deflection pattern, looks like the timing is roughly synchronized to the on-off activation. I don't know about that, because the shell doesn't seem to be trapped in just a one-tile location. There is going to be a little bit of variance there, going into the on-off switch press. Nope, a little bit short there. Got onto shell for once, but once again I feel like I'm getting into it too late when it's already too far to the left. Or I'm just cutting too much momentum going into it, perhaps. Haven't quite sorted that out reliably just yet. A lot of stuff up to that point is going well, though. Almost. Ah, yes, okay, so the shell is actually locked in a one-tile location between the one-way panel and the red block, so the shell release is synchronized to the on-off switch press, and so the solution there is to go faster off of the blue blocks. Everything else is synchronized to make that happen. So as soon as I land on the blue blocks, I pretty much have to get the spin jump right away from there. Otherwise, it will be too far to the left to make the next gap. Okay. Nope. Okay. Forward we go. And this is going to go decently well. Nope, too slow. I mean, I don't think it's just an accuracy issue. I think it is partly a speed issue. Because I cannot pull back to the left very much on that jump. I do need a forward momentum here, so let's just be very crisp after landing from the on-off press. Just to make this happen. Yeah, some of the momentum adjustment here actually feels quite comfortable. You know, from a playability perspective. You can get these things down more and more consistently. Whether I'm doing it, of course, is a separate question entirely. Okay, up we go. There we are. Okay, I do need to... I don't need the bomb to be deflected any further, so when I see the two yellow blocks that are side by side, it means that the second bounce should be on the right block. Because there's no problem with kicking the bomb to the left, but I do need that additional horizontal spacing in order to get a proper arc up to the on-off switch and then down to the falling bone shell. So I do need to adjust my horizontal position for the second bomb bounce. That much is clear to me. It took me a few attempts to read that properly, but I think we do get it now. At least in theory. Doing it in practice is a separate question as always, but the sooner we get the read down, the easier things will go. Nope, pulled back too much once again. But yeah, let's get some of this corrected. Considering the amount of momentum adjustment in this level, I do like how consistent a lot of the early segments begin to feel once you just get into the rhythm of the piece. Well, mostly consistent, I guess. You need to make the first jump from time to time. But yeah, certain things are already much less troublesome than they were on earlier attempts. Now that we have a better idea of what the adjustments are going to look like. Bomb went in the wrong direction, but yes, second bounce should be bomb kick to the left after it goes down to spring, of course. Whoops. Just a spin jump. Nope. Okay. Forward we go. Nope. Missed a Shelmet for once. Had a couple of attempts earlier where wearing the Shelmet at all was just as rough as you saw just now, but that does not happen too often. It's the kind of inaccuracy, rather, that we should be able to eliminate. Whoops, a little too far to the left. Momentarily saying, did I beat that level? No, I didn't. We're talking about the Electrodude shell level. I tried it again briefly today because it was a viewer submission, and I once again got to the last jump and missed it. No, once again, I do have to bounce it on top and then to the left. Double bounce. First bounce is going to send a bomb back downstairs. Second bounce is going to reposition myself to hit the on-off switches. So yeah, momentarily sane. I'm glad to see you back regardless. And yeah, currently working out this momentum control test. Nope, cut too much momentum going there. I do need to crank all the way forward and just, once again, jump faster. Yeah, I do like the loop of having to puzzle out what adjustments I should be making and attempting to execute them. Where, you know, it's a level that is solvable with better planning. And that I find to be a generally satisfying form of difficulty. Is you just try to get things down more consistently. Whoops. Oh, no, I didn't mean to exit. I am trying to continue, but luckily we were not trapped behind a checkpoint just yet. Been getting use out of that new emote tonight? Yes, I have. I have had a decent number of clears so far. Only level we couldn't clear was the one we were just talking about, so... Yeah, unfortunately, at Red Knight we did kind of mess up the footprint statistics there, perhaps, by diving into this for a second full series of attempts, but that's okay. The difference, I'm sure, will be infinitesimal. Nope. Gotta work on that momentum control with the D-pad when I'm going through the menu selections, obviously. Okay, here we are. Okay, so let's get some of that consistency back in the early sections. They felt like they were going well for a while, and then last few attempts I have been slipping. Nope, got peeled off there. Not a good sign, I do still need that. Yeah, I do like how various parts of the level are kind of synchronized to these very local triggers that allow you to break down the tasks piece by piece and still have everything work reliably. I mean, I guess that's sort of a standard expectation with a level like this, but it's always good to see it done and observe the mechanisms that make that happen. Okay. Okay. Dump and... no, that's not going to be it. P-switch. Ah, I see. If I just knock the bomb to the left... I just need to retain a high position, I think, and just land back on top of the P-switches, maybe? I'm not quite sure. I may have misread that completely, then. Because I wasn't looking at all to P-switch activation. Okay. Yeah, once again... Okay, no, I do see that the two side markers now are not indicating two jumps, they're just indicating landing on the center and kicking the bomb to the left. Okay. And yeah, momentarily saying I wouldn't worry too much about the cause and effect here. We'll just chalk that up to a very unfortunate coincidence. And as you come back regularly, we'll just have to choke some more. Okay, no, I was misreading the bomb. It's a single jump with the kick to the left. Kick to the right, kick to the left, and I want to go... do that with a location on top of the bomb that will allow me to safely get over the spikes as I hit the on-off switch and head down to the bone shell, so... Do understand how the sequence is supposed to look. Whether I can actually execute on it is a totally different question. Okay. Right, nope. Missed. Yeah, right, left, and then after the shell hits the mole, you get this mantra interaction that creates a P-switch activation on that bottom row there, as we are now able to see. And there we are. Yeah, momentarily sane. I wouldn't worry too much about not being able to show up at start. I mean, I do tend to stream times where people in NA have to drop out early and people in EU have to come in late often. And that's just one of the facts of having a bit of a cross-region audience for whom the times are equally inconvenient. Yeah, I see what's going on now, that the bomb is going to destroy the hard blocks, which will lead to a muncher drop on top of the P-switch. So that's something that's going to be triggered by bomb detonation based on kicking the bomb to the left side. Ah, you worked a night shift, okay. Well, glad to have you here anyway. Just have to pick the times that are convenient for you, and here we go. Whoops. And yeah, Red and I can tell that I'm getting reasonably close, as long as we don't have too many surprises after jumping in and out of the bone shell, which I have not done yet because I have not landed in the bone shell to begin with, as we have seen. Yeah, the early stuff is feeling more and more comfortable though, so I do know what I'm supposed to do now. Kick to the right, kick to the left. Oh, missed up here. That was a bit of a panic move because I was so surprised to land there for the first time. This is something that happens quite commonly with me when doing levels that have this sort of forward momentum to them, that the first time I do something successfully, I'm just so shocked that I die immediately afterwards. Whoops. But as we can see, that center position on kicking in the bomb to the left is plenty to get me over with an arc that is accurate. There are some surprises, okay. Well, we'll see. That was one surprise. Okay, up we go. Once again, too slow on the spin. I wonder if there's a word for success panic. There must be. Other than just success panic. Like something that's kind of popularly communicating that concept. Seems like something that would be common enough in many situations long predating Mario Maker. Okay, here we go. Nope. Didn't like that timing even when I was going into the shell, so. Let's see if we can make this happen. Feels reasonably close, so would be nice to see it through. Yeah, success panic. I feel like the solution is to have something in German that feels like it's, whoops, some kind of very arcane psychoanalytic concept that just happens to make a very long German word. Not that I speak much German, I just think it's conceptually the kind of thing that should be in German. You know, just for that extra boost of expertly credibility. Okay. Alright, let's not die to the easy jumps as we get to the P-switch element later on. We could see that part with the pink coin that involves some kind of shell interaction, I think. So, we do have something coming there, but not sure what just yet. Okay, center that. What is this Z doing? I guess it would have to be on my way back to that red shell. I'm not sure. I'm on my way up, surely. It must be on my way back to the left when I'm falling, perhaps. The Z marker, yeah, because it doesn't make sense for it to apply to the first bounce off the Koopa, I don't think. No, I just need to go back and read that carefully. I think it shouldn't take too much work to get back there, though. Whoops. But yeah, we'll see what we can do with it. Okay, up we go. Bomb over here. Bomb center. Yeah, I think it is actually going to be spin jump when you get bounced back. But then I need better momentum control to land on the Naked Koopa after coming out of the shell. Like, you will need a spin jump in order to hit the red shell the second time. I think it's correct. It's just that my momentum correction going back to the right was not quite aggressive or quick enough to make that happen that time. Whoops. But I feel like that has to be it. You bet I'd get a kick out of Ultimate Chicken Horse. I've never played it. I've heard of it, but I have no idea what it actually is. Whether it's a puzzle thing or something else. I've only heard it by the title. I don't think I've actually encountered anything directly involving Ultimate Chicken Horse firsthand. Yeah, too many games to play that I'm all neglecting because I'm playing Mario Maker instead. Okay, so I let up on one of the spin jumps too early. If I did full jumps off both of the spins, I would be able to land on a falling donut block, and that would get me across. Full jumps in this level are okay pretty much across the board. I have to remember that. The controlled nature of the jumps is just left and right. And as long as I keep that in mind, this is not really that hard to deal with. Because that's a whole axis that I don't really have to worry about when it comes to timing. Whoops. I think Mario Maker, but you have to set traps. You and others playing actively set traps every round. Okay, interesting. I mean, setting traps like that is, oddly enough, although it's not quite the multiplayer concept you're talking about, sounds almost like a load runner. But here we are. Yeah, Load Runner, as I've said on some previous streams, was very much a formative level building experience for me long before Mario Maker came into being. Whoops. Pretty funny you get people who don't try to make it impossible, I see. I'll have to look into that at some point. Seems like that would take a certain amount of trust in the set of people that you are playing with, that they're going for the same kind of fun. Whoops. Okay, almost there. I think we can get it. We've still got to play dexterities after this one. Whoops. But yeah, I mean, you know, this was near the end of the queue, so I was comfortable picking a lower clear rate out of the set, and I've been having a lot of fun with it so far, so good choice, even if we haven't found success just yet. Nope. Ah, okay, so in your experience, it's more friends pranking each other. Momentarily sane. When it comes to Ultimate Chicken Horse, I don't know if you're fetching the Ultimate Chicken Horse or being the Ultimate Chicken Horse. But whatever your interaction with the Chicken Horses may be. Oh, I hit the Koopa incorrectly. I do need to make sure I send the Naked Koopa to the right side, and I just didn't even think about that, because I had previously done that on autopilot just fine. But yeah, we do need to be careful about landing a little bit off-center with things like that, so... You don't even know what the Chicken Horse is? Okay, so I guess it's just there to be part of an appealing title that sells people on the game and catches their attention, maybe. Unless there is a great deal of secret Ultimate Chicken Horse lore that takes mountains of YouTube videos to explain in vaguely conspiratorial tones. Okay, once again, full jumps will avoid that problem. Maybe a metaphor, yeah, kind of like how... I mean, if you're aware of sort of the evolutionary history of both the birds and horses, after the dinosaur extinction rather, at the end of the Cretaceous along the KT boundary, horses were initially mostly smaller creatures that kind of scaled up over a long period of natural selection, whereas birds tended to go down in size, and so I don't know how much of this is still currently scientifically valid, but I remember when I was younger, at least, that the thought was that it was quite plausible that giant ancestors of, well, maybe not chickens precisely, but giant ancestors of birds that were still post-dinosaur might have been preying on poor little small-sized horses. Kind of like that old Reddit thing about fighting 100, what is it, 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck? Well, I mean, it depends on whether you're talking about modern or prehistoric horses and ducks, apparently. Because that could change the equation quite a bit. Whoops. I mean, given that we now much more broadly accept, compared to, say, 20 years ago, that dinosaurs were, in fact, the antecedent to birds, like, thinking about giant bird-like creatures is no longer strange to us, but thinking about proto-horses as being tiny is, I think, something that still strikes people as new. I do know that some of the science around that has changed, though, in terms of what people who work in that era of prehistory and paleontology actually know now. That's kind of naive thinking about the evolutionary history of horses getting bigger from their formerly tiny selves is not exactly what it used to be. Like, there was some kind of correction that was made to that. But that's okay. In the meantime, we'll just envision chickens eating horses anyway. The chickens were really trying to eat beef, but, you know, there was a bit of a mistake and horse meat was packed instead, like in that Tesco meat supplies scandal from about a decade ago, I think. Where there was like horse meat contamination that had gotten into the beef supply of microwavable meals in Britain. It was a big news story at the time because, you know, a lot of people unwittingly eating horse meat was just so scandalous. Made for some interesting headlines, that's for sure. Okay. Here we go. And, yeah, sorry to keep you waiting, Dexterity. It's just that we've been getting so close to this one. I know I've been spending an exorbitant amount of time on it, but we'll make sure we give yours a good shot as the closer as well. And a decent amount of time. I did bring this upon myself when I saw the clear rate, so... Okay. Whoa, wrong way. Okay. Almost there. Horse meat sounds like it would be fairly tough. Maybe it is very good, but... who knows? I mean, often just a matter of preparation, right? As with various kinds of wild game and other exotic delights. Oops. Okay. Up here. Nope. Yeah, Red Knight, what might happen if I don't get this soon is that I might proceed to next in queue first and then come back to this one as the actual closer of the stream to grind it out a little more if I have time. I might do that in a few attempts. But I'm getting so close that I feel like I do want to make this happen. No. But we'll see. I mean, like I said, I've been having fun with it, and I feel like it is very doable. Very much within my skill set. There's a tiny bit that I haven't read accurately yet, though, at the end. So it's hard to tell. And yeah, I'll be back in the same block tomorrow as well if you want to resubmit for further grind. I feel like this is really doable, though. So. And just a few more attempts and then we'll hold it for later. Okay. Okay, left side here. Yeah, didn't manage to get over to Donut Block. Let's call it for now because it feels like making sure I hold the jumps long enough to get to Donut Block interaction may require a little more practice. I think I'm going too fast from the Koopa shell to the Naked Koopa. And that's the issue there, that I'm losing height too quickly. Because once I commit to bouncing off the Naked Koopa, I really do need to be synchronized with the appropriate drop timing on top of the falling donut block. So let's take this out for the moment and plug in next. And yeah, we'll see how we're doing at the end of the stream today, whether I have time to do any kind of reopening or a revisit for this one. But if not, Red and I, we will definitely be willing to take on this one again. This is, of course, assuming that Dexterity is still here, waiting as patiently as always. There's a lot of unfinished business we have with Dexterity's levels as well, including one multi-part level that we were sent previously. Let's take a look at what this is going to be, first of all. I'm still waiting for a check-in, but I believe you are in chat. Ah yes, this was the Skyloft level, 1.7, 5 minutes. Okay, about 5 minutes on a lot of plays, but it is going to be a boss battle. And a noble something. Didn't quite see. Okay, so it looks like it might be a long concept where... Oh, but it's probably some kind of boss rush, in fact, if it's 7 Koopalings with a very long world record. Let's do it. Actually, I don't know if Dexterity is actually still here, but I'm curious anyway, so let's just do this as the potential closer. Need to do this again, otherwise we get crushed. Okay, no. A checkpoint, though, should give me another Master Sword. And... yeah, momentarily sane. That is partly outdated, I think. I haven't updated the rules list in a while. I don't think anything has changed too much, but... yeah, that is an old bot message that I do have to look at updating at some point. General principles apply, though, even back when I was explaining the bot message to people. Think, whoa. Let's file it up this way. Yeah, generally I would just say that the principles are fairly simple. Whoops. Let's get in position for once. Nope. Arrow accuracy when it comes to the diagonals is a problem for me, but we'll work our way up. We only have one level worth playing. Oh, whoops, I should pay attention. This was, of course, another arrow shot to the top left. Let's respawn from checkpoint. Yeah, momentarily saying, I know that, as you were saying, you tend to get in here a little past closing. Usually, if I finish ahead of schedule, I'll try to open for one last round. I don't know if I'll be able to do it today, but... get a lot more levels in Mario Maker 1. I should keep track of which rooms I am actually doing here, instead of just picking them almost randomly. Can't quite get ground pound for some reason. Oh, I should maybe do a bomb drop in this location. Vines seem to partly prevent that, but what's going on here? I wonder what these blocks are about. Yeah, that's okay. Well, no, I needed to shoot that with an arrow, obviously. Let's pop back out. Okay, I should try to systematically explore this one segment at a time. Let's go pipe first. Yeah, momentarily sane, I do try to start at a somewhat reliable time. Sometimes it's kind of plus or minus half an hour due to some potential complications on my side, but let me just punch in the provisional schedule. Anyway, tap all of these guys, get them out of the way. Tap this. Nope, I needed the bomb there. Bomb first, and then I go through. So yeah, let's just repeat things in the order that was seen so far. Anyway. Tap this guy, move this up, bomb that location, and then we go up. Whoops. Going to be an arrow shot up here. Back down. Another arrow shot from up here. Whoops. There we go. It's a bit of a weird arc, but I kind of think I should shoot the bomb to knock it off the track. Maybe. Unless I just toss my own bomb, but it looks like that would be unusual. Let me think about this, because there's a bit of an implication with that bomb that I should shoot it down, perhaps. Oh no, let's get out of here. I don't want to be within 2 squares of my own bomb, because I would just die to it. Really hoping that it would based on just bomb shot. Just knock this guy down, perhaps. Okay, we knocked it down. That's not the way, but okay, managed to get through. What's the Master Sword check here going to be? Oh, whoops. Lost it already. But we get a refresh. I do need to probably just spam arrows against Larry in that location. Okay. Have this. You just learned about Link's walking bombs as well, yeah. In the Knight style, the bomb shoes. Oh, already did that. Yeah, lots of nuances to the Knight themes mechanics. Whoops. Spawn from checkpoint. A lot of sloppy mistakes here, but yeah, a lot of nuances to Knight theme interactions. Knight ground is what you were talking about, I think. Because there's so much item manipulation that goes on in that style. Yeah, there are a lot of little edge cases like that, like the way that Link can drop bombs from the clown car, which is very unique to Link as well. And up we go. No, facing the wrong way as I went into the shield. Let's be a little less sloppy. And yeah, definitely seen some interesting concepts with the Link clown car thing. Not very often. I think it is comparatively obscure, but you know, back when Link came out, people tried everything. It was kind of interesting, actually. I remember when the Link patch came in, just how quickly people sort of independently discovered this really satisfying ground pound interaction that he has with downward thrust on a spike ball to bounce on top of spike balls like you would in Hollow Knight. Seems like a lot of different people tested that at once, right off the bat. Okay, we're doing it this way again. Hopefully it will not hit me. There, let's go. Alright. Now, we know that question blocks refresh power-ups. Let's not mess around with a Spiny. No real way to deal with that yet, so we'll just need to keep an eye on whether it's doing the diagonal firing pattern or the cardinal pattern, I suppose. Oops. The orthogonal pattern, whoops. Okay, that's fine. Probably be better with something like a bomb. But here we go. At long last, coin 1. Okay, so coin 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus safety coin. And yeah, just go down and do some more. That would be consistent with how coming out of the recycle checkpoint, you had 3 pipes, so 3 pipes here and 3 additional pipes coming from the previous zone. And yeah, here we are. Here's the Link Bomb. I was about to say the Link Bomb interaction and I just missed completely. You figured out your pachinko machine. Excellent. Glad you got that together the way you want for your eventual Mario Sunshine World or whatever it is you're attempting with that. Whoops. Mistake here. Now, I was just telling you about the Link Bombs, and I completely flubbed that with an accidental dismount. So yeah, let's get back into this. And remember that it is just a standard Y button to do the bomb drop. That will hit the on-off switch and allow me to probably... Whoops, oh, didn't mean to jump into the spikes. Probably Pegasus dash over, or at least a dash over and shield. Okay. Hopefully a little less frustrating, you say, than the Sunshine Pachinko machine. Well, I mean, this Nintendo has set some existing standards for us here. Okay, tap. Seems like I need to tap this higher and higher every time. There we go. And then that's going to give me an off. And that's okay, because that allows me to hit the P-switch and then move my way across, but I then need to... no, just mind the burner timing, I think, and everything will be fine. Okay, now we just wait. Bomb my way through, and... another Koopaling battle awaits, I'm sure. Okay. Nope. Let's grab another sword. Okay, this should not be too bad. There we go. Yeah, definitely looking at whether any of these are exploitable by, you know, bomb throwing or something, but I don't think so. Okay, down we go. Through the recycled checkpoint once again, and then we will do pipe 1, and then pipe 3. Oh. Okay, did I miss my only opportunity here? I don't think I should have. Actually, no. Being tucked all the way to the side is not too bad. But then I need to figure out what to do with the muncher, which... I wonder if the timing therefore actually mattered. For some reason that I can't actually place. I don't know why it would matter. Don't exactly see what's going on here. Maybe it is timing dependent, but I didn't actually see the mechanism. Looks like I am trapped here, so... Yeah, I guess I was supposed to go fast here, and I couldn't quite tell why when it came to how to deactivate the muncher, but might have missed something obvious. Oh, I see, because you need to beat the muncher before it drops down. Yeah, so you can't really stall, you do need to beat the timer. No need to jump. I think if I have a good arrow shot arc, I should be able to do it from a standing position. Not that tricky, I just needed to read it. Oh, maybe I do need to do a slight jump. Maybe it is tricky. Yeah, like I said, I do have trouble with the diagonal shot, especially if it's a jumping diagonal shot. I really struggle with that. Oh, miss. Oh, I was actually a little early that time, okay. That is why with things like arrow shots, I sometimes prefer to have a bit of a margin of error. Here, with the bumpers, the additional constraint is that there are blocks on the left and right side of the on-off switches, which means that you do need to hit pretty accurately. You know, like players who actually know how to follow markers or something. Yeah, Safety of Man do have a good sleep. And thank you for dropping by for so long and sending me multiple levels in various phases of development. And we'll see you around. Okay. Here we go. I guess this would just be Pegasus Dash, probably. Yeah, there we go. On our way out of that, and then it should be a boss fight from here. Okay. Let me just figure out how I want to engage with this fight. I feel like I don't have a lot of room to work with to just go jumps and sword. It is possible to just go jumps though, as Mario can get out of there safely. So yeah, that is recoverable. One of the earlier fights that involved arrow shots was not recoverable because Mario would have had no way to engage with it, but when the Koopalings are out in the open like that, no problem. So yeah, had a bit of a rough start in this level with one of the segments, but what happens if I come in here? Okay. Wait, what's going on? Ah, okay, jump on a Wiggler and over to the right side. Oh. Kind of curious about that, given that we have 3 pipes over here. I wonder if this is actually the way to the exit. Then. Nope. But I will have to check that. Because it seems like with 4 coins to go, likely these are the 3 remaining ones. This is likely the exit path, but I want to check this. Reminds you of WarioWare. I mean, WarioWare is faster, I think. But I can see where that impression is coming from. WarioWare, I find you have to be really quick on your feet. Looks like the bomb here is actually mostly to tell me that the bomb is what I should be thinking about as an interaction. I think that was actually fairly obvious anyway, so not too concerned about that. Oh, except I needed to get all the way across. Okay, so now I'm in trouble. Now I may be dead, in fact, so... SD out of that. And... once again, duck back here. Okay. No. Straight up miss. Yeah, WarioWare is definitely a conspicuous absence on Switch so far, given that that's exactly the kind of series that would involve a lot of fooling around with the unique Joy-Con tech. And I know that one of the WarioWare games actually did have a maker mode as well. Don't know if it was one for DS or which it was, but nope. I am no longer capable of making bombs, so this will be a death, but yeah. Oddly enough, if I... Oh, no, because it's over ground block, but I was thinking if I did some kind of arrow shot on top of the demonstration bomb that's on the top right, I could drop it into the appropriate location to detonate. And blow the hard blocks on the right side wide open, but... Yeah, I guess WarioWare has been gone for a while, because there was something called the WarioWare Gold that was kind of like a WarioWare compilation game on 3DS, but that was so late in the life of the 3DS that I think a lot of people didn't notice it. It was kind of like a greatest hits compilation, I think. But I mean, there was something on Wii U called Game & Wario, which I think is relatively obscure, except for the stage it inspired in Smash. Oh, once again, not doing the muncher timing accurately. Yeah, I know that, I know almost nothing about Game & Wario except for the Smash stage of your mother sneaking in on you when you're playing video games in the middle of the night. And that it was generally some kind of asymmetric Wii U gamepad demo concept, as you would expect. If your mom did that now, you'd be pretty surprised, being as you don't live with her, yeah? But who knows? They may always be watching. Whoops. Okay, let's get back in here. Nope, not quite. Okay, tap this. Go back down. Nope, not quite. Okay. Get some of the accuracy sorted out here. More importantly, with that muncher segment up top. Okay, we'll need to find a good timing here. Okay. Here we are. Whoops. Much better. Almost did the head bump. I mean, I did do the head bump. That's very nearly cost me the ability to hit the P-switch. Triforce down here. Ludwig, okay. Ludwig and the Zappa Mecha. Ludwig will go down easily. That's fine. No problem here. It's going to be a coin. Okay. So the question is, with 3 coins remaining, maybe there is no safety coin then. Which is mildly threatening. Yeah, the boss fights have been pretty good so far. No safety coin, but it does spit you directly here with no chance of dying before you hit the key door. So if you die to, say, the timer or something, after collecting coin 7, that is your own fault. Yeah, because if it's dropping you to the door in that location, no point in putting a safety coin there, given that it would be instantly collected anyway. Yeah, I think the idea here is that I want to weigh down the platform, then I can slip through. Yeah, I did that previously and I didn't quite understand what I was doing, but now I do. I was trying to blow that guy up. Okay, down here we go. Whoops. No, just needed to bomb the lower location and we were going to be out of there. Who haven't we seen yet? We haven't seen Roy. I don't think we've seen Lemmy. But... oh, no. Let's pop back in. Although it is a power-up, I don't think I'll be able to obtain that twice. We can do a different room. I'll need to take a death, probably, before I can do that one again, but... oh. Looks like it is something bounce-related by the looks of it. No. Just needs you. Oh, wow, okay, we got shot in the face. Not expect that. Oh, I see, because if the on-off switch is in the on state, then the blaster is able to shoot you. Okay, we'll get to that one later. Let's get back to the chop room first. Make sure the Podoboo doesn't pop into us. Okay, that was close. Okay, that was also kind of close. Nope. Way too close for comfort. Okay, there we go. That's going to be an instant crush. Then, yay! Ah, yeah, here's Lemmy. So, Lemmy's always ready to celebrate. Oh, I see. That's why there's a yay all over the place. Looks like we want to do a bomb drop by bouncing on top of the balls while carrying a bomb. You can't spawn a bomb while you are on top of the vines, obviously. So this is going to be an interesting fight. But that's how it's going to work. Luckily, pretty easy to rescue yourself after the bomb throw, given the vine placement. Don't need to worry too much about the landing. It's actually fairly easy, in fact. Okay, yeah, once you understand what to do, this is very straightforward. I like how gentle it is. Here we go. And 2 more. Okay, so... yeah, we'll drop in, we'll do a bit more. Next segment here. So we haven't seen Roy, and we haven't seen... who else? I want to say Morton. But my memory may be playing tricks on me. Let's get out of the way of the fire location. Then we tap into it. Okay, yeah, no, I couldn't quite see where the opening was because I think there is something obstructing that on-off. Huh. What is that even colliding with? Can't actually see what's stopping the arrow. Here we go. There we are. Oddly enough, I think it's possible to bomb these blocks, and then the thwomp would come straight down. We almost certainly don't want to do that. That would in fact be a terrible idea. But let me think about that. I wonder what this pipe is for, in fact. No, nothing. Looks like I want to bump the Podoboo out of the way until such time as I can pop the on-off switch, and then let's see what happens. Can I actually... Oh no, I don't want to do that. I want to go straight up. Whoops. Very close. Nope. Hang on. Tight fit there, but we got it. Okay, this is not too much of an issue. Fire on that track is telling me what? It's telling me Roy is going to drop off the ceiling from time to time, probably. Roy's pattern, a bit of a nightmare sometimes when it comes to how long he spends in his shell form. Yeah, I should just bomb him from time to time. Not quite. Not quite. Is he going to do the ceiling drop? Who knows? Possibly I'm supposed to land on top of him then. Okay, ceiling drop. Almost. Yeah, a bit of a... not entirely reliable pattern here, I think, when it comes to finding a vulnerability. I don't want to go down there. I want to just keep things simple. Okay, let's grab the sword. Just to be careful. Nope, miss. Now I just have to dodge until he gets into a jumpable position, I think, and... sure, we'll do that. Works well enough for me. And yeah. Yeah, momentarily saying Dexterity has shown me a couple of these big multi-checkpoint levels before. I think this is the first one I've played that has a boss rush structure. Not a boss rush, but a multi-boss fight structure to it, though. And it's an absolutely packed level when you think about it, and gets a lot done within the entity limit. Gets an incredible amount done within the entity limit, actually. Oh, this is going to be trouble. Okay. Diagonal shots and twister riding. That's okay, we'll just float all the way over, and... yeah, difficulty-wise, actually a fairly relaxed experience. I just occasionally played badly. And yeah, lots of clues like the bomb placements and such that are just there to give you a cue for what to do. There's a ton of guidance in this level. Sometimes maybe even more guidance than it actually needs. I think I want to shoot the bomb to tap it a little ways forward. There we go. That'll be enough, I think. Okay. Sure, let's grab the 10 coin for no particular reason. We do have 110 seconds remaining, so I do have to be aware of the possibility that I'll have the key death I talked about, where I get the key and eradicate all the coins and die to timeout. I need to avoid that at all costs if I can, and that's okay. This will reset the timer. That's probably good news, given the circumstances. Because dying to key death on the timer would not be fun. Okay, over we go. Look at all these twisters blinking back and forth with their little eyes. Okay, almost there. And yeah, let's just do this as bomb 1, and then I do this and tap. There we go. Yeah, so I like that it's not was about to say, I like that it's not totally giving me guidance for everything, and then I realized it was a Z that was under the ice. So. I mean, I guess some players might need the guidance. If they're not too familiar with Link's moveset, or they just don't want to figure things out by themselves. Okay, I do need to be fairly accurate about Morton's pattern here. Nice little bit of time pressure from the skewers. Now, this will be it, so let's not miss the key door as we get out of the checkpoint segment. That would be a terrible idea, so let's pop through. And we are right by the flag, I think. Triforce is going to tell us GG, assuming that some kind of on-off switch is going to activate, and yeah, there we go. That's the top of the flagpole. Now let me make a quick decision here as to whether we'll continue depending on who is still available. I don't know if I want to run too long, but let's do a very quick reopening. I do not guarantee that I'll get through everything. I do know that Terminator wanted to send me part 3 of the Yoshi. Do Not Momentarily Sane wanted to send me something since you're now available. And of course, if we have time, we could wrap up the Red Nye level, but I don't want too much on top of that. So in a few seconds, I will do a very quick reopening. I will shut it back down pretty much within the minute. So have codes ready, get them in. Once again, I do not guarantee that it will get through everything in the bonus queue. But if some of you who wanted to tag something in quickly wanted to do so, now is your last chance. And if not, we'll just call it a stream for now, and that's fine because we will be back tomorrow with even more viewer levels. So I'll just give people a minute to decide, and if not, I will scan around for a destination to send you to next. So yeah, Momentarily Sane, that's why it is a very good idea if you ever plan to submit to have your codes ready. But it's okay, I will wait as long as it takes for you to get your Switch. And hopefully we don't get completely stuffed in the meantime. And yeah, we'll just continue with a bit of a bonus in a moment. And despite all my efforts to keep these streams around a 4-hour mark, sometimes I just can't resist playing a little bit more. So long as it's something manageable. Okay. Feed me the code, and no one else is sending anything in. We will close up immediately after I punch it in. Yeah, I know that most people just send their maker codes for convenience these days. I actually do track which streamers I have sent which level on a little spreadsheet when I send my own things around. Makes it a lot easier to determine who has already played everything and what I haven't seen recently, etc. Yeah, Momentarily Sane, if you want the code to be displayed in the bot, you should use the add function. Because then people who are curious can click through to the code and it'll be displayed on the video and everything in the header. I mean, you can just post it, but... Okay, so I'm going to punch in Sanity Run. I'm going to take a look at the clear rate, and then I will be closing that back up immediately. So, test of skill, and that's going to be 2%. Oh yeah, we can do it quickly. Let's see how it goes. And Electrosuit, you did something. What did you do this time? You finished your essay unexpectedly. Okay, well, just in time to say hello to me here. 290 seconds. It looks like this door resets me through. It looks like I haven't gone through the green pipe yet. Oh, never mind. That's just going to be a depth door. Depths door. It does mean, however, that maybe this is actually a safety coin for a multi-coin concept that eventually gets me over here. So let's go through the pipe first and see what's going on. That looks obtainable right away. I don't know why we would want to stall on that. Naked pipe up here, of course, until the switch has come in and had a word with that. Let's just follow the speed pattern then from here. So I could just grab an additional P-switch, in fact. Just to be extra fancy about this stuff. I mean, I need to play a little bit better, but it seems like if I give myself a little bit extra boost with the second P-switch, I can extend a timer just by a little bit. Okay. Alright, so let's grab this. And... okay, let's follow the pattern. Alright, feels like I missed a whole lot over there in the P-switch segment just now, but rather than trying to run this, we'll do it cautiously since we do seem to have time. We'll get to the checkpoint soon, I hope, with 2 coins in the bank. Oh, bit of a change up in the pattern here. I said it was a bit of a change up in the pattern and I missed anyway. Oh, it looks like with the P-switch deactivated, I could have just skipped that segment. Gone around it anyhow, so... okay. Actually the timer is decently generous here. I don't really need to do this method, but... whoops, 1 second. Let's, once again, drop accurately here. But... yeah, we'll see Electrodude. I mean, you know, obviously... it's, something I'm still trying to navigate, but... whoops, self-contained challenges themselves are not a problem necessarily, it's just that it has a very spare look to it, so... yeah, I think there are probably better ways to do a safety coin mechanism than to kind of have a death door on the other side. But... we know what it is now, so... it's just that players are pretty likely to check that as a first port of call. Whoops. Once again, missing the wall jump over there. In terms of the navigability, like as soon as I saw the arrow path here, I just sort of assumed that you would be able to follow along. Now, is there a particular reason I would have wanted to go across the fire here? Was there a coin? No, there wasn't. Okay. We can just drop down, actually. We know it's there anyway. Now... almost a checkpoint there. Don't really know about what the down arrow is telling me in that location. Yeah, so... Most of these arrows play pretty fair with me, but sometimes there are a few that make me question things. Okay, it looks like this path is available, and that this whole path is just a kind of diversion, actually, so... Unless this was just overlooked, but I'm not really sure. Anyway, we will grab checkpoint prior to coin 3, and then we'll have 3 more coins and then a safety coin in the main room, of course. We'd have to get back to it. Yeah. I think sometimes when I see a lot of these sort of one-tile walls and blocks everywhere, it's like, you know, you've got the platforming basically functioning, but sometimes it can use a bit of visual splendor just to contextualize things, where, you know, sometimes the point of aesthetics is just to make things easier to see for everybody. And because, you know, a lot of people will start out sketching levels like this to make sure the pure platforming element of it functions as intended, but then let's see where this takes me. Okay. Don't know why I hit that switch. It wasn't clear to me whether or not I should. Okay. Let's just go back there and see what's going on. So, yeah, I mean, very clear to me right away that I should be getting away from the bonsai, but maybe a little bit less clear that I should be having an on state or off state, especially because the on-off switch state is always going to reset at checkpoint back to on. Right, so I'm kind of assuming that I'm meant to get it right away, but that it actually blocks me off from reaching the snake block over there. But I also don't know if there's going to be some kind of secondary activation from something like a thwomp. And yeah, Electrodude, thank you for your perspective as well. Always happy to have some additional input on that, but I'll catch up on reading all of it in just a bit. I am still doing the initial navigation. Okay, I do in fact need the momentum boost from the conveyor belt, so still a little bit of a clarity issue, I think, in that segment there. Whoops, let's not fly off the handle here. Okay. And here we go. Yeah, I think momentarily sane. I mean, I know you came from Maker 1, and so like a lot of things sort of became, I guess, bits of community wisdom from what people got sick of in Maker 1 as time went on. But I think the general feeling tends to be that you know, troll concepts and non-troll concepts kind of need their own levels as spaces, if you get what I mean. That's like, you do want to have very clear commitment to one or the other in terms of whether the player expects the readability to be something that's fair. And you can set those expectations, you know, as you play the level fairly early. But it's just a matter of first impressions, right? Where if the first impression is going to be, oh, I got trolled by this thing, then let me see here. Then people aren't necessarily going to take your later signals at face value, right? Like if they sort of see the Death Door and think, okay, here's a troll, then if they see the P-switches and the arrows once they get into the pipe, then their first thought will be, okay, why should I trust this? Like, that this level hasn't actually earned their trust as a standard level, if you know what I'm saying. And I know that back in Maker 1, of course, especially in the early days, was much more of a Wild West when it came to mixing and matching a lot of those concepts and just having trolls wherever. But I feel like culturally that's actually been a big change going into Maker 2. Snake Block is not actually going to take me up to that other door, so let's see here. This is not going to go where I want. Oddly enough, I think I'm actually able to go from Snake Block off camera over to the on-off switch and maybe ground pound. Okay, no, I see. Hit the on-off switch, and then I use the conveyor belt to wall jump up the right side of the blue blocks here. I gotta hit the on-off to proceed, eventually. I'll do that someday. But, okay, here we go. Now let's just pop back here. Whoops. Okay. Whoops, not quite. And, yeah, very appropriate Mario 64 slide soundtrack all over this place. Given that chaos so often ensues. Anyway, we know where some of the other coin locations are at this stage. Yeah, no, once again, I have to stay low and on the conveyor in order to get pushed through. I was hoping to go back to that on-off because... Oh, no, I see. Okay, no, the idea is that if you hit the on-off switch, you can eventually drop onto the column. Oh, that's what this segment is for, okay. Yeah, because you're supposed to go over top of the blue column right to left, and then the snake block takes you back over. I see now. Because I was looking at it and thinking, like, why would I want to block myself off of that coin? Yeah. As you can tell from my playstyle, we don't really do designer-intended paths very well. Oh, missed a switch, that's fine, well, I mean, that's not intentional, but... Ah, I see, that because the thwomps are going to destroy the bricks, I only really do have one shot at the on-off switch, so I do need to tap it. Yeah. The fact that it seems optional is something that will make me treat it as optional, but we'll take it. And I do understand here that the intention is going to be wall jumps over the conveyor belt and eventually going over the blue column completely. So, let's move on up. Whoops. Nope. And yeah, momentarily saying, I mean, on this stream we tend to be pretty thorough about playtesting. Both myself and a lot of the other makers who come here, so I'm glad you enjoy constructive criticism, because this is a good place to get it at a much more granular level than you might be able to find elsewhere. I mean, we're always all trying to work on being better makers, right? So... Ah, I see. Okay, so that's why the door is now available, but before I do that, I want to grab the coin and the snake block. Okay. Now, why would I want the door? Let's check it. Okay, so that drops me back here. Alright. So that's just a trap, yeah. I mean, same principle as before, right? That this is not too damaging, but you definitely want to consistent internal idea of whether this is going to be the kind of level that plays fair with you. But anyway, back we go. But, you know, that's what playtesting is for, in terms of seeing if I'm going to do anything as expected, or... Oh, we're going to run into problems here because of the way the thwomps have already wrecked some of the bricks. Yeah, because if you want this to properly be resettable, instead of having the player face certain death when they come back here, the way to do it is by putting vines inside the bricks, because when you put vines inside blocks, they always respawn even once destroyed. Because that's sort of Nintendo's method for preventing blocks from essential vines being wrecked. So, if you wanted that door to actually work as a potential soft reset after surprising the player by bumping them back, the vine method is the thing that you would want to go for. Just for future reference, like whether you plan to tweak this thing or not, I mean, you know, it's always a useful thing to know for future creations. Because the respawning logic in this game can sometimes take some getting used to. Whoops. Bad twirl there. And yeah, momentarily saying exactly. I mean, that's in large part what viewer levels are for. Is at least the way I tend to approach them is that, you know, you're seeing the difference between how somebody fresh to this will read it versus how you thought the players were going to read it, and it's going to expose certain things in the overall flow of the level that you might not have exposed otherwise. And so definitely, though, whenever you have something like a big reset, like even with that kind of semi-trollish reset that we have, the top door on top of this column, the thing you want to look out for is that the reset will actually behave as intended and give the player a fair chance to proceed. Once again, we probably don't need to do the twirl there. I think a soft landing with good timing out of the off switch will probably just do the trick. But yeah, I mean, like I said, we tend to get into a fair bit of depth on the stream when it comes to level design. Like it's a... I think I've referred to it before as a graduate seminar of viewer levels, and that actually... Whoops. The general tenor I try to go for. So yeah, like I said, you know, even if it's not for this level specifically, this is probably helpful stuff to know for future creations. Okay, back here we go. And especially because, you know, I'm the kind of player who will just break stuff without even trying. And just from being open to a lot of experimentation. Okay, so it looks like I need to tap the off switch and then lean right when the saw blade is up high to grab the coin and miss. Okay. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a thing that tricks you up with the pipe. We will need to redo this, but once again, because the bricks don't respawn, I can't actually redo it, I don't think. Although we are now back in the on state, so who knows, that might change something. Okay, now why can't I just get on top of the clouds? Because here, as you can see, if I had not missed that second last coin, here I'd just have an additional coin, and this would bring me back somewhere. Maybe. Let's check the wall jumps up. Okay, let me just check. One-way panel here, let's see. Okay, so there's no particular reason why I would want to go off that left side. Oh, you know what? It's because the coins are totally unnecessary in the first place. If you decide to go through the left side, there is no coin that is necessary to actually complete the level and reach the flag, so long as you bounce on top of the Koopas. So this is going to be a death trap, just watch. Or a starter trap. Okay, no, it's going to give me a key door, maybe. But the key door is just going to lead to the bottom of the flag. If you decide not to do any of that, and just try to do a precision challenge over to the Koopas on top left, that is how you get to the top of the flag, maybe. I guess we would need to respawn from checkpoint to find out, so let's just take a death quickly. Yeah, Red and I just noticed Divine on the right as well, if you want to get the top of the flag. That's just some kind of additional rollishness that we don't know about. And alright, back here. Okay. Well, let's see the Keycoin route anyway, just to see if the locked doors are actually paired or if that is also a troll by itself. Because I've not discounted that possibility, just given the way this level works. Okay, whoops. Yeah, if I bend towards that coin, I do need to bend immediately back left. And I mean, I wasn't sure, of course being off camera, what the spring timing on the track was going to be. That was going to be a source of chaos anyway. Yeah, if I miss that coin, I will attempt the Red Koopa route. Okay. Yeah, I missed a coin, so let's attempt the Red Koopa route. As you can see here, I can't actually see my landing zone on camera. So from a player camera perspective, if I land on the red blocks, I might not be able to see what's going on. Oh, no. That actually looks fairly doable without taking damage, so I'll continue to attempt that if I do in fact miss the coins. Oops. Let's get back here. And back here. And up we go. Okay, that's going to work pretty much the way it always has. And we'll see if the coin is going to be a miss or a hit. Okay. Now we take the clouds up over to the right side, grab the final coin here. That should be all I need, I think. As long as I don't die to the burners. Not going to discount the possibility of dying to the burners. Let's be extra cautious. Okay, doors are going to match. Yeah. Looks like the Koopa route is actually not too much of an issue, in fact. If you wanted to take it, and the spikes are not that threatening. You just kind of need to stay low relative to the bullet blasters, so. Thank you for the GGs, momentarily sane. So yeah, I mean, hopefully that was a useful bundle of feedback. And let me take a look at your clear time, actually. I was kind of curious about this. 1:30, okay. But yeah, it definitely looks like the speedier method is to go is just forgo the coins entirely and go for the bullet to Koopa method near the end. It's just that the level doesn't necessarily make it clear that that's a possibility until, of course, you get to the final exit. So, thank you for that. And yeah, I'm glad you learned quite a bit. Red Knight, since you are still here, let's go back to that one. This will be the last thing I do, though. This will be the absolute last thing I do. And I don't even know we'll get the clear necessarily, but we have some momentum. We'll need to control that momentum. We were close enough on this previously that I do want to take one more set of cracks at it. Not for too long. I can't stay for too long, but we were kind of in the flow for this, and so it makes sense to give it another shot. Okay. Getting back up to speed pretty decently, in fact. No, spin jump, and then I want to spin jump nice and high to keep that donut timing available for as long as possible when it's activated by the thwomp. Okay, so pretty good recovery attempt there after not playing this in about an hour, maybe? Oh, I mean, most levels are palate cleansers in their own way, just depending on what kind of taste you're going for, I guess. Whoops. Mr. Electrodude saying something about speen. I don't know if you meant to say spleen. Netcat, yeah, Netcat, I actually already got through my viewer queue. It's just that I didn't complete this level earlier. I bailed on it a little before to finish, so I wanted to take one additional crack at it to see if we can make it happen. I am going to log off after this level, though. This will absolutely be the last thing. So, Natcat, what are you doing up at this hour? If you're going to be so inquisitive about our non-existent sleep habits. Okay, here we go. Whoa, okay. I was a little surprised to make that P-switch P-block series to begin with, actually, because I thought it was coming into that a little bit too low out of the bone shell. Mr. Electrodude, you guess you should have said Sploon, or perhaps even Splatoon. Let's get back into this. Better to have Splatoon than, you know, some kind of Nintendo shooter that involves highly evolved forms of your internal organs, called Splatine. Merlin, welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed a GG emote. I was very pleased with the design by a good friend of the stream, Lecter, whose levels we've featured here many times before. And Natcat, you were actually making a level. Okay, well, hopefully you're able to pass that on when you're all finished. There we go. Nope, missed a spin jump. I was trying to go nice and quick there, and that was just a complete miss. Okay, up we go. And Merlin, yeah, I actually just did the final reopening round, and I'm only cleaning this up because this was actually a submission that I didn't finish from earlier today, but this is absolutely going to be the last level today. I am back during the same block of time tomorrow, of course. Merlin, I also recently, I think, played one of your levels as the introductory level on one of the previous streams. I'm trying to remember which one I picked for that, but it was one of the recent ones. The title just escapes me at the moment. You know a good setup for triggering vines and question block way off screen? Depends which direction off screen you're talking about. Like horizontal or vertical, or what? Because Natcat, track loading is something that could work. That if you, I mean, it wouldn't be starting off screen, obviously. You would need to start it within bounds, but then you can load it way off and then circle it back in. So, yeah, I got to play quite a bit with the Vine Tech for YMM, of course, because that was what my thing was. For vertical, yeah, actually, depending on whether you're working with, say, vertical subworld or something else, you can sometimes use the player's positioning to do something like, whoops, gotta concentrate here, do something like, have the player's position or the camera position trigger something like a claw drop or a trampoline drop or something like that. That would then be able to fire a trigger to activate the vine block that you need. But if the vine block itself is still way off screen at that point, you probably want to use some kind of track magic. Now, Merlin, it was one of the jump levels. It was the speedy one that you did. The cookie one, I think. The something cookie. I'm trying to recall the title. It just totally escapes me at this point. So I'm momentarily saying that Team Jamp, to kind of put it generally, is platforming that doesn't require any advanced technique like item handling and so on, but which still generally revolves around doing things in a sort of perpetual motion sequence like you see in this level, where you do need to follow some markers, you do need to follow the momentum of the level, and you don't really get many second chances at things, and you do have to follow the setup. That's kind of what it is. Like, it's a bit of a long-winded description, but when you actually see the levels in action, it's a very familiar kind of style. This is close to the Team Jamp style in many ways, in fact, this level here. Very similar to it. Chocolate cookie dough. Yes, Merlin, exactly. That's what it was. Yeah, Natcat, obviously I don't know exactly what it is you're going for with that, but that's something we could discuss further on Discord perhaps or something if you have a particular tech layout you might want some assistance with. And yeah, because I was doing a lot of like off-screen vine block stuff last year. And I remember some of it, I hope. Whoops. Didn't quite get a full jump in there. But yeah, I will not be staying on for that much longer, just hoping to get this clear out of the way. Nope, just completely missed, and I'm way too late for the donut block because I landed to the left instead of going directly for the shell. Previously, I was just much too early. Actually, the fact that I'm allowed to safely land on the left side of the red shell implies that maybe that's potential alternate timing if I needed to stall a bit to get the donut block drop to work. Whoops. Probably not the intended or reliable timing, but, you know, we'll figure that out. Whoops. Nope. But yeah, momentarily saying, I don't know how familiar you are with the whole kind of Maker Teams structure that has kind of developed around a couple of different sub-communities within Mario Maker 2. Basically, there's this site, makerteams.net, where people who develop levels that, you know, are all kind of involving the same element, or although approximately the same kind of design style, have decided to just group their things together and, you know, have this kind of jury review system where they give themselves difficulty ratings and completion points and so on. I don't really get involved with that side of the community so much. I just get sent a lot of levels that are tagged for the respective teams. So Netcat, no, I'm... The only Maker team I was a part of was 4YMM, technically. And for all the design and diversity that we saw in 4YMM, I think it actually did kind of have a house style. In terms of what people valued about level design, so even if they expressed it in very different ways, be it in puzzles or platforming levels or music levels or anything else, I think there was a kind of general sense of a shared value system of what good level design is. And it was one that I thought was very much in line with what I like about the game, so... But no, in terms of the MakerTeams.net teams, I'm not directly involved with any of them. I just get sent a lot of stuff that is tagged. Whoops. And yeah, Merlin, I kind of have a sense that your levels, even from your first World 1, were always very decorative. And that's something that you do put a lot of time into tweaking. I can tell. Okay. No, wrong way. Yeah, enjoy your lunch as well, Electro Dude. Okay, up we go. Nope. Timing was fine, distance was not. Okay. Let's get back into this, and yeah, some slight variation sometimes. But the fact that you can have the flexibility to adjust out of that is still one of the nicer things about this level. That you do still have a sense of control and flexibility, even when the requirements are somewhat precise. Okay. Yeah, obviously I haven't had too many good attempts that get all the way to the part of the level I want to progress on just yet, but We'll see if we can get back there in a reasonable amount of time after... Yeah, it's the donut block after this segment that I still find challenging, and so... After that, though, we should be, time-wise, pretty close to the end by my estimate here. Definitely the donut block, I think, is one of those elements, though, where, you know, you it can feel like you're doing everything else correctly until you get to that point and you get hit by that, and then it says, oh, sorry, wrong timing. So it is something that I think is a little less blend-friendly than much of the earlier segments in the level, but we'll see. Because maybe if I were attentive to how the Thwomp and Donut trigger was being set up, I might have been able to guess at that a little better than I was doing. Nope, too short a jump. Once again, full jumps are fine all over this level. Okay, not quite. You've only seen one or two players do the ending in one go, yeah. Yeah, I do think that the donut block feels like a bit of a blinder element, as I was saying, than most of what comes before it. Most of its level is very readable, I think. Doesn't take long at all to see what's supposed to go on. Okay. Also, nope, need the spin jump. And also, yeah, because, you know, a lot of the level can be sort of played reactively, where even if you do some things a little bit wrong or see elements for the first time, you do still have some room for adjustment, so... We'll see that. And see how we can get the Thwomp part together. Full jump was fine, distance was not. Once again, I don't want to pull back too much on that jump. I might just need to take off into the jump earlier, in fact. If I'm overshooting like that, because I do not want to cut momentum for that one. There we go. No, wrong way. You can put ending in scare quotes like it's not the actual ending. We'll find that out soon enough. But yeah, the part that we haven't seen yet, let's say. Overshooting a bit now when I try to center myself over the bomb so I get the kick to the left. Whoops, hesitated a bit there. Momentarily sane, once you've played enough of this game, I think that's true enough of many levels that continue in your dreams that gradually you stop noticing it so much. I don't know if I've actually dreamt about playing Mario Maker. I feel like I must have. At some point. It feels like something that should have happened by now. Probably has, I just don't remember a specific instance. Okay, still a little bit high going into that. Despite the fact that I was doing full jumps with a spin. So I'm still getting down to the donut block. A little bit ahead of schedule, and I don't really know how to correct that. But I'll see. Maybe it's just my falling arc on the second spin. Whoops. So yeah, I'll have to think about that, because maybe stalling on the left side of the red shell actually is the right thing to do, but it seems like it would add too much time, though. And by then, shell is just gone. Okay, the donut block is just gone, I suppose. But I don't know, no, I mean, given the way that the blocks set up there and the whole fall from the conveyor belt and so on, I feel like I am doing the correct sequence. It's just something about my timing is actually too quick on the spin jumps, and not sure where that is happening, but we'll have to fix that. Okay, up we go. And, okay, thought it was going to miss that time, but luckily, nope, missed a spin jump. Okay. Just lots of little adjustments you need to make on the fly. Okay, up we go, and nope. Okay, hoping I can get at least one more really deep attempt over to the donut block, if so. And yeah, nope, wrong way. Some things obviously do still go wrong from time to time, including the very first jump. Okay, much better momentum going forward that time. That's feeling relatively smooth. Here, centered. Okay, wrong way. Okay, now look at the donut block timing, though. That I feel like maybe landing on the left actually is correct. Maybe. I don't know if that'll get me onto the donut block early enough to jump off of it, though. But the thing is, if I'm going too fast for the donut block, I can't do anything to adjust out of that. If I'm a little behind the donut block, I'm able to adjust with my drop towards it, I think. So it should be a plausible decision to try to stall a little bit going into that, so let's just go back here. Whoops. Falling all the way back down. Well, just steadily working towards it. Nope, miss. That's okay, that's just one of the points of inconsistency we'll clean up with time. Same with the very first jump. Yeah, once you get used to it, a lot of these adjustments do become pretty automatic. Nope, once again, a little bit sluggish. Jumping off of the blue blocks a little too far to the right, I think. Jumping early there is fine. It's very important that I remember that. Nope. Well, almost getting there, though. Okay, over we go. And here we are. There we go, nice and comfortable. Nope. Poor adjustment over there. Nope. Surprising amount of trouble with the first jump. But of course, the first jump at least gives you a very accurate sense of what this level is going to be about. And what the technical requirement for beating it is going to be. Nice to have that kind of clarity right from the start. Nope, just missed the jump completely. I was actually activating the jump button too early before I had properly landed on the blue blocks, and so that was what was responsible for sliding right off immediately. Yeah, in general, though, I do like that this level is much more about reading the elements than reading the markers. You cannot survive on the markers alone, you do need to see where things are actually going. I find that a lot more satisfying to play with. And thank you for the follow. Whoops. Anyway, almost there. And here we go. Okay. That's feeling decent. Nope, wrong way. Does the block on the left do anything if hit at the start? No. This is mostly just decorative stuff. We know that from experience, in fact. Unless that's a secret dev route or something, but I kind of doubt it. Yeah. Okay, up we go. Tap everything in succession. Let's land accurately here, good. Nope. Okay, so you land there, you hit the invisible block and then have to get on top of it before the P-switch expires, I see. Progress. In a manner of speaking. Ashma N, am I experienced in this level? Oh, I'm getting there. I only started playing it today. This is my second attempt at it, and I think with the attempts put together, I've probably been working on this one for about an hour, but at this point, the early segments feel pretty smooth most of the time. I make mistakes, but they all feel avoidable in future attempts. And here we are. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Well, just going to make another attempt then. Whoa, okay. No, just lost attention there. Got some of my jumps confused. That's what happens sometimes when you are on autopilot for long enough that some of the easy stuff starts to snipe you in unexpected ways. But yeah, the sooner I can get back to the progression segment, the sooner I can learn it. That's the thing I think that separates a lot of the best players, is that they're very good about retaining consistency once they've learned something, and not making old mistakes too many times. I don't quite have that, but that's something that is very noticeable about people who are very technically proficient at this game. And yeah, Merlin, you take care as well and have a good lunch. I will not be on for too much longer. But you know, this is close to something, I think. Even if I have only made it past a donut block once so far. Not that donut block, obviously, but the one that comes after. Whoops. Yes. Yeah, Merlin, hope to catch you tomorrow. Okay, let's see if we can make this happen. Nope. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to get a bit sloppy here. So we'll see. I mean, if I keep sliding, that'll be a sign to lick one's wounds and come back tomorrow, or whichever day. But we have a good solid attempt. It's going to be quite the opposite. Look at that. Just a tiny bit too far to the right, and then I swung left a little bit late and just bumped it with my helmet from below instead. Not the most stylish play, but that's just the kind of thing that happens. You're going to give me your cat power? Much appreciated, Netcat. Not exactly sure what the cat powers are going to do in this level, but maybe it will be something. Nope. Not quite. Okay. Moving all the way up. All the way up. And what do we have here? Let's get that down accurately. Nope. I don't always know how that bomb landing is going to work. Partly because I'm falling towards the target location from off screen, I think, and so the aiming partly depends on just my memory of how my takeoff trajectory was going. Yeah, you see the off screen is actually what throws me off there. Okay, no, spin jumped too early, actually, going down to the gel. I was all ready to spin jump and triggered it just a block earlier than I should have. That was enough to kill the run. Okay. Whoa, nearly bumped my head on the ceiling there, and while I was worrying about that, I just took the death immediately afterwards. So I guess that was not a very good near mistake recovery. And given that it turned out to be an actual mistake by the time we were done with it. Okay, where do we go? Nope. Okay. Nope. Yeah, definitely still some distance to cover after that P-switch activation. Fairly blind friendly, so long as I didn't get hit, I think. So once we get the hard parts out of the way, well, we'll see how many hard parts are left. Okay. land accurately out of that. Nope. I was a bit worried about my bomb positioning to begin with that time. Didn't feel like I had a very good falling arc going into the on-off switches. Okay, hopefully one more solid attempt at the donut block. And if I can't get it then, I will probably try to convince myself to stop there. Okay, over here. Nope, once again. That's a really difficult bomb tap, actually. And once again, I believe it is just because of my inability to see where I'm going as I'm falling towards that position. But it would also be difficult to aim even if I... Whoops. Early spin jump. It would be difficult to aim that even if I were totally capable of seeing everything on screen. Obviously, this is something that is built on the bottom half entirely to make sure the camera doesn't bob up and down anywhere, and I think that's certainly the right decision for a level of this nature. That does have the half-screen build. You definitely don't want up and down camera movement for something like this, where the player is bobbing up and down, but also required to land accurately on a lot of moving targets. Nope, not crisp enough. Okay, almost there, I hope. Seemed like we had more remaining than I had bargained for, though, but... Okay. Nope. Once again, backed out a little too much going into that single key block. We're close. Let's try to make it work. I probably should have bailed after that attempt, if I were kind of sticking to what I said, but I feel like that's a small correction that can be made quickly, even though I've died the same way twice now. And yeah, I probably should have scouted ahead even without the fuzzy helmet available. Nope, miss. Yeah, falling on that small bomb is definitely a piece of work. We'll see if I can make this happen. Whoa, missed a spin jump completely. Anyway, at least the donut block timing was much less of an issue that time when I actually made it there. So some things are improving slightly. They could be better, but we'll get there. Okay, here we go. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, you really do need good control over these half-tile offsets. Much more so than usual in a lot of what you do in Mario Maker. And we'll see about that. Yeah, and I think that's partly just a familiarity thing as well, that we naturally gravitate towards trying to make columns align and having jumps be dead center. Spend so much of your experience with platformer games making that happen, to have nice, safe landings. And so having a level that depends as much as this one does on half-tile offsets really does kind of trick you out of your biases going in, I guess you could say. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's push on forward and see if anything else is going to happen with this. Nope. Not quite. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying this stream. I'm running longer than I usually do, or claim to usually do, but we'll be back with more viewer levels in the same time block tomorrow as well, so. Yeah, Mario Maker is the main program here for people who are new. Thank you for the follow. Although I do run some other stuff during the week as well. I try to run a Scrapple stream at least once a week, and we were doing a fair bit of 3D World over the last week, although that has been wrapped up for now. But yeah, both Anna Diana Swan and Pickle Rick, welcome. I said about 20 minutes ago that I'd be closing down momentarily, but this level just slightly eludes me, and so feels like we're close to something happening. Something good? I don't know, but something substantial. Might be good, might be disastrous. Okay. Nope, once again. I think that is the time to stop. So, we still have a little bit more to cover after that, but as you can see, running into that single P block has been a consistent issue. Done that 3 times already. That's as far as we've been able to make it today, so. Grindalorian Escape will have to wait for another day. Thank you for that anyway, Red Nye. I know I, of course, just brought that onto myself. And does the concept momentarily sane of making a map that allows you to choose difficulty work? Well, I have seen that done before, actually. There's a Japanese maker I was playing a lot of last year who kind of specialized in difficulty select concepts. And the clear rates would be completely uninformative on those because he would have optional hard modes built in. Actually, a Meng Snowball level we recently played here had an interesting optional hard mode as well. But yeah, in terms of having multiple doors signifying difficulty or switch mechanisms, etc., there was a Japanese maker that I was just telling you about that created those mechanisms and would actually grade you at the end, that the switch mechanisms using on-off switches and P switches would give you like S rank, A rank, B rank, depending on which difficulty you chose. I'll see if I can dig up that code for you, actually. Not right now, but I'll see if I can follow up with you about that. In the meantime, thank you everybody for dropping by. This is roughly what's ahead. We have been doing kind of 4 or 5 streams a week recently and bringing back more Maker programming as we go. I will send you on shortly to a raid. We always have some other good Mario Maker streamers on at this hour, often taking viewer levels themselves. I'll pass you on to somebody interesting, I'm sure. So thank you for all the new follows and for everybody watching, and especially for the exercise of our brand new GG emotes that came in this week, in which I think at least is beautiful. So yeah, thanks again to our artist, Lecter Sandvik, for providing that. In the meantime, thanks for watching. We'll be rating in just a second. But have a good morning, noon, or night, or whatever it is in your time zone, wherever you are, and fare thee well.